Hello and good evening. I'm live. I believe I'm here. Hello. I'm very sorry we are half an hour late. Um, that's because Lady Min has been a little difficult. But anyway, Lady Min is here. She's here. She will say hello in due course. Anyway, um, you know, what I want to say today is hello and good evening. And if anyone is actually watching, once they're watching, there's three of you. Yes, thank you. Hello to the three of you who are here. Don't know who you are. Um, Thank you for watching. Yes, so we've got Andrea and Claire and Tia Gunn and Adam. So thank you to all of you for joining in. Anyway, so we know it's working. Thank you. That's a positivity. So anyway, I'm moving the microphone so we can talk. We've got Louise, the lovely Louise, who leaves many kind comments. Thank you, Louise, for all your comments. And Betty and Poppy and Pine Cone and Denise and Kathy and Conrad. Thank you, all of you, for joining in, and all the many others who are now flooding into the chat. Lots of you. Anyway, Lady Min is here. Lady Min is not going to be a nuisance like she was last night. She's going to say hello. So, can Lady Min say something positive? Speak loudly, please, Lady Min.
Oh, I had a lovely lunch
She had a lovely lunch
on a boat.
on a boat. So, can Lady Min speak loudly? Can you say a message to the viewers that you
Lovely lunch on a boat. I never fell in.
she didn't fall in the water? Yes. So Lady Min is being very positive today. So we've got Lady Positive Min. There we go. What are we talking about today? We will be talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. So Ghislaine Maxwell thinks that she's going to get herself an appeal. She's going to get herself a pardon via Donald Trump. I don't think that is a hugely likely thing to happen, because I don't think Donald Trump would rather have any discussion of the stupid matters that went on between her and him. Ghislaine would like herself to be appealing. She's the most unappealing person on the planet. There's nothing appealing about Ghislaine at all. Ghislaine is the most unappealing woman on the planet. That is how I feel about her. Anyway, she hasn't paid her lawyers. She owes over £3 million to lawyers. Now, no one else other than me keeps talking about her debts to her lawyers. You know, she's just like her dad, her brothers. They never pay their debts. This is a family who don't pay their bills. They never pay anybody what they owe. They are a bunch of scavenging scroungers. The Maxwell family are an absolute sack of shit when it comes to paying debts. They don't pay. If you work for the Maxwells, you don't get paid. That's how it works. Maxwell debt, you don't get paid. The Maxwell family never pay their bills. So the lawyers don't get paid. So I don't see why any lawyer should work for Ghislaine Maxwell because, you know, at the end of the day, if the debt don't hit, you don't get paid. It's not like the story of other things. You know, you don't ever get paid. Nobody ever gets paid if you work for the Maxwells. So it's disgusting. Anyway, they want to get her a pardon. Now, there are routes to a pardon, and she's applied for one allegedly. Now, Donald Trump, would he really want to get involved in the story of this lunatic? Because what use is she to him? And let's really ask the serious questions. Melania? Who is Melania? Was Melania trafficked by Epstein? Quite possibly, yes. So, I don't think Donald Trump really wants to go down the road of anything to do with that. And secondly, the question of the wonderful Ghislaine, do we really want to go down the route of her questions, of her friendships with the current president? No. I think that there are no good reasons that the president of America would want anything to do with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine is a toxic piece of toe rag. She is a very wicked woman and she is bad. So, no. I think that this story is being put out there spuriously. The Mirror is spinning around with this story because it just wants to put out a silly old story. But anyway, if any of you have any thoughts on this matter, you're very welcome to have a thought on the story. There we go. So that's my thought on that matter. But Ghislaine, she wants to be supposedly moved to a British prison. I don't think that's going to happen either. I think that is all a load of spurious load of old rot, and she's spinning around in her little story again with her stupid little PR spinners. Ghislaine Maxwell is one of the most stupid people on the planet because she actually is deranged. Ghislaine believes that everybody still cares about her. Everybody would rather she shut up. The biggest people on the planet would rather she went away. Ghislaine is wicked, evil, mentally unhinged, and revolting. And I don't believe anyone cares about Ghislaine. So that's where I feel about Ghislaine Maxwell. Anyway, Good evening, says some of you. Good evening to all of you. Right. Um, you've been seeing pieces focusing on the grooming. Well, Ghislaine was a groomer. That is without a doubt true. Ghislaine groomed other people. I think other people should be charged also. I'd like to see something dealt with regard to the hideous, um, dreadful piece of toe rag that is Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell is another one who should be dealt with. Naomi Campbell, if you want to sue me, Naomi Campbell, please do. Because I don't like you, Naomi Campbell. I think you're one of the worst. You were one of the biggest recruiters and associates of all of this, Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell is a bad woman. Lady men, what do you think of Naomi Campbell?
Lousy supermodel, ugly, no catwalk, person whatever, and put her on the catwalk.
Anyway, Naomi Campbell is a piece of rubbish. And Naomi Campbell was an associate of the Epstein dynasty. Naomi Campbell is one of the worst people on the planet. She is a piece of filth. Lady Min has a different view. I'm not endorsing that particular phrase, but yes, she is an appalling person. I don't like Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell is one of the piece of rot bag, shit bag pieces of junk that should be named and shamed. Bernie Ecclestone was always hanging around with this bunch of rubbish. And I don't like the coffin dodger. And tomorrow there will be a return to the trial of James Stunt on the 3rd of March in Leeds. James Stunt is a person who I hope has a chance at some kind of decency. He is not a bad person, but Bernie Ecclestone and Flavio Briatore, Flavio, who of course dated the horrible Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell is one of the worst of the lot.
Not even Africa will have her back.
Lady Men says not even Africa will have her back. That's just an opinion from Lady Men. But we don't like Fergie, the Duchess of York. Fergie is one of the worst people on the planet. Fergie is a disgusting stain on humanity. She has brought shame on the royal family with her disgusting behavior. The Duchess of York is the Duchess of Pork. She is revolting. She is a woman who took money from Jeffrey Epstein to pay her debts. She knew full well at that time that he was just a man who was still in prison. He'd got out of prison. She was quite happy to take money from a man who had been put in prison for being a paedophile. And she took his money. That says rather a lot about Sarah Ferguson. Sarah Ferguson, who's about to be a presenter, allegedly, on this program, Loose Women. Loose Women. Why can't we have a program, as I've always said, called Misogynistic Men? if we have a program called Misogynistic Men and we ogle women and we're rude about women, why can't we do that? But no, we're not allowed to do that because that would be offensive. That would be offensive to society. But they can have a program which is called Loose Women, where they go on about how they want to grope a man. Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. And now a member of the royal family, allegedly, she's a sideline member of the royal family. You know, Sarah Ferguson, the old slapper, Sarah. You know, the woman who's got a boob called Derek and one called Eric, wants to go have a program on loose women. Loose women. I think that is wrong. I'm appalled by it. I'm absolutely appalled. But if I were to have a program called Misogynistic Men, you, the public, would be outraged, wouldn't you? You'd get angry. You'd say, "How dare you? You're like the Tate brothers." You know, those horrible Tate brothers, disgusting people that they are. But I cannot have a program called Misogynistic Men because that would be offensive and it would be wrong. But I want to call out Sarah Ferguson. Shame on her for bringing shame on the royal family. Shame on her. An absolute disgrace that woman is. She is absolutely the worst on the planet. It is disgusting. It's wrong. It's morally repugnant. There we go. Anyway, here we are. We have our Harriet here, our wonderful Harriet, a lovely lady, moderating this channel. What do I think about Candice Owens? I don't know much about Candice Owens, to be honest, so I could not possibly comment. And Harvey Weinstein, Bridget Macron. No, I don't know much about all of those people. Stephen Fry. No, I don't like Stephen Fry. No, Stephen Fry is a revolting person. That's all I shall say on him. Right. What do I think about Piers Morgan? Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan, I think he's actually quite an amusing man. He provides light entertainment. He is not someone who offends me. No. His wife is someone who I used to know, delightful lady. I haven't seen her in years, but I think that likable lady. There we go. Right. Next question. Can't stand Fergie. Yes, I agree with you. Fergie is one of the worst people on the planet. She is an absolute village idiot. I used to think that Fergie was just harmless. She was like a silly little child and harmless, and we should just go ha ha ha. Oh, let her, laugh at her. She's actually doing a lot of damage to the world, and King Charles should kick her into touch. He should give her a kick up the bum because this bitch is an absolute disgrace. She's an embarrassment to the world. Shame on her. And if she's going to go on this Loose Women program, it's absolutely wrong. Absolutely disgusting. Shame on Fergie. Fergie, no thanks. We don't want Fergie anymore. Fergie is crossing the line. She's a grifter and she's a grabber. And why doesn't she answer the question? The Duchess of York, why don't you answer the question? My question to you, the Duchess of York, is why did you not repay the loans and other benefits that you took from Jeffrey Epstein, a paedophile? Why didn't you confirm to the public the amount of money that you took from a disgusting stain on humanity who was a crooked paedophile? You are an absolute shameful wench. You're disgusting, Fergie. Sarah Ferguson, whatever you want to call yourself, Duchess of York, Duchess of Pork, Duchess of Disaster, Duchess of Shame. You're a grifter. You're an absolutely appalling woman. You make me feel sick. How dare you, the Duchess of York? And that's how I feel about her. No, I don't like the Duchess of York. No. So there's my answer. Well said, says Marie Page. Thank you. Thank you to Marie. I think Marie is the person who speaks the most sense here. I don't like the Duchess of York. I think the Duchess of York is one of the worst people on the planet. And as for those stupid daughters of her, they're a pair of shameful people. The only decent members of the royal family who are children of, all these people, Princess Anne's children. What wonderful children she has. They don't grift. They work in their own right. They are absolutely fantastic, wonderful people because they work in their own right. That is decent. That is correct. There's nothing wrong with the way they work. But no, Fergie and, Prince Andrew, Pizza Express boy and his horrible children, all they do is take. Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. Anyway, there we go. Money is what drives all this mess, says Anderson. You're quite correct. Anderson, you are completely right. Right. TMTB, who's a lovely person, says, Lady Sarah Cato seems like a good person. Lady Sarah Cato is a good person. She's another example of a good working royal, but the Prince Andrew children want to have commercial and they want public money. You can't have both. But Prince Andrew expects it all. And that's why he is a shameful person. That's what's wrong with Prince Andrew. And that is what will be exposed in Andrew Lowney's book, which is coming out shortly. I keep going after them, but I go after them in a different way. But Mr. Lowney is bringing out a book about the Duke and Duchess of York, and it will not be a very nice book, and they will not like what the contents have to reveal. They're not as bad as Meghan and Harry, Meghan is, she's flogging her stupid marmalade and her whatever else she can flog. But, these people are all disgusting. But I will say that if you want to be in the commercial sector, be in the commercial sector. If you want to be in the public sector, be in the public sector. It's the same with politicians. You can be one thing or another. It's not correct. Correct is not what these people are. Anyway, yes, Budgie the helicopter. That was another load of old rubbish. Well said. Right. What is my opinion on narcissists. Amanda. Well, Amanda, there are a lot of narcissists in the world. I don't know which particular narcissist you're asking me about, but I think Zelensky is a narcissist. I think that Meghan Markle is a narcissist. I don't know. Who do you want me to answer about who's a narcissist? But Meghan Markle and Zelensky are two of the worst. Absolutely appalling. Right. What do I think about Russell Brand is going to get dragged through the mud? Does he have a strong case in the UK? Russell Brand is one of the most scummiest people on the planet. He's disgusting. Absolutely sickening. No subscription, whoever you are. Your name is no subscription. He's all over YouTube. I don't know what Russell Brand is doing on YouTube. I've utterly no idea. But I think Russell Brand is one of the most disgusting people on the planet. He allowed his dog to kill a wallaby. That's disgusting. That made me sick. That's horrible. He's a horrible piece of scumbag. He's a toe rag. How dare he allow his dog to kill a wallaby? Absolutely revolting. I don't like Russell Brand. No. So, no, whatever you want to say about Russell Brand, I don't know why you're bringing him up. The man is disgusting. He makes me angry. He makes me furious. I would like to throw something at him. He's a horrible, evil piece of toe rag because that dog killed that poor wallaby. That's horrible. It makes me very upset. So there you go. There's my view on Russell Brand. I didn't know I'd even be talking about him. Anyway, right, that's your next question. What do I think about Trump and Vance? Trump and Vance. Well, I think Donald Trump is shaking up the world. I don't think some of the things that he's doing are very good. I don't like the man Vance because I think the man Vance is a bit. He's just like a man who works in a trailer park. He's just a waste of space. But I think Donald Trump is actually doing some good for the world. He's actually giving it a bit of a shake. We need a bit of shake up in the world. We need someone to get rid of this moron in Britain, Keir Starmer. I want someone who will help the farmers in Britain. I want someone who will speak up for the farmers. And how dare Keir Starmer dare to attack the British farmer? It is wrong to say that they can't protest. It is time that the farmers protested more. And if they dare arrest the farmers for protesting, shame on Keir Starmer. But he's the farmer harmer. We know that already. I went on the first farming protest, and I will hopefully be able to go on further farming protests. And I think Jeremy Clarkson is the most brilliant man in the world for supporting the farmer. We have to support farmers in Britain. Farmers create the livelihood of Britain. Let's support the people who do good for our country. So, yeah, I want to support the farmers. So, no, I don't like anybody who attacks the farmers. No. So there we are. We need to support the farmers, says Amanda. Starmer is a Marxist. Yes, Starmer is an evil piece of rubbish. He's a shameful, disgusting piece of stain on humanity. What does Lady Min have to say about the farmer, about Starmer?
advertises for Specsavers.
He should advertise for Specsavers. There we go. That's her view. Right. Um, right. Could Madeline McCann be alive? Asks James. Well, yes, Madeline McCann could be alive. It is a possibility. Of course, anything is a possibility, but I don't believe Madeline McCann is alive. We have wasted over £20 million of public money looking for the fake Madeline, and now we have the other fake Madeline who is being encouraged by these stupid people. These stupid people have created this lunatic fake Maddie, this Julia, who could be called, well, she may as well be called, let me pick a name out of a lottery. Whew, she could be called Linda on a Sunday. This is the absolute ridiculousness of this story. This fake Madeline, who has been encouraged by a man called Surjit Singh Clare, who is a fraudster. He is a convicted criminal. Surjit Singh Clare is a convicted criminal fraudster. And how dare he go around pretending that this woman is Madeline McCann? She is not Madeline McCann. She was born 2 years too late.
Leave the McCanns alone.
Lady Min here says leave the McCanns alone. I agree with Lady Min on this occasion. I have a different view. I say this woman is simply not Madeline McCann. She cannot be Madeline McCann, and I hope that they throw the book at her on the 7th of April when they process her in the courts, and I hope that she is prosecuted for her 4 offences, which are harassment of the McCann family and other offences. Her offences are appalling. This girl's a nutter. She's a total pain in the arse. She should not be doing what she did. It's totally wrong. You cannot go around in life harassing people and think you can get away with it. So, no, I'm here calling them out. And, Sean Atwood and his friend Ron Swanson, they like to support her, and that is fair enough. And yes, they may think that this woman is some kind of person who needs to be supported. I disagree. And I will call them out today and just say, no, you are wrong. This woman is a pain in the arse of everybody. And the public needs to be told that this woman, whatever she's called, Julia, if she's called Julia on a Sunday, she might be Petra on a Monday, whatever she wants to call herself. Shame on her. She should leave these people alone. She has no right to go harassing people, and I'm very glad that she is in jail. And I hope that they throw the book at her. She's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. So thank you for your question about that. Did we have a nice time today? Yes, we did. Yes, we did, of course. She has a psychiatric problem. Well, yes, I agree with you, James. Thank you, James, for your point. She definitely has a psychiatric problem. She needs to be locked up permanently. I think the woman is a complete nut job, and it's completely wrong to harass people. It's not fair. Look, I don't like the McCanns. I think the McCanns should have been arrested for child neglect, but it does not mean that they should be harassed. It's absolutely wrong what this woman is doing, and it's absolutely wrong that these people are encouraging her. And this man called Surjit Singh Clare, who swore at me and called Lady Min a racist, is an absolute disgrace. Absolutely wrong. And we're not going to shut up either. Because guess what? We have a voice. And guess what? There's lots of you watching this. So we're not going to be quiet. But no, I like Sean Atwood, nice man. And Mr. Ron Swanson, very nice man. But sorry, stop being an apologist for this disgusting scumbag bitch. She is a fake. She is not Madeline McCann. She's a liar. She's a deceiver. She's an absolute stain on humanity. And it's wrong that she's making up all these lies and upsetting people. She's just a fraud who thinks that she's a grifter. And as for this man, Surjit Singh Clare, you come and see me, Mr. Surjit Singh Clare, because I'm not scared of you. You're a deceiver. You're an apologist for Maxine Carr. Maxine Carr, that revolting woman who was involved in that revolting story. The revolting story that you were also involved in. The woman under the bed, Karen Matthews. You are disgusting. You are sickening. You're revolting. You are a horrible, horrible man. I will not shut up about you. I'm going to expose you for who you are, because you're a scumbag, and your company was closed down in 2015. It was dissolved. So your company's a fake. So stop lying about who your company is. You're a crook. Surjit Singh Clare, crook. Don't you carry on with your nonsense. You are and you are trying to manipulate this silly little girl who thinks she's Madeline McCann. What a load of rubbish. You're an absolute piece of toe rag. And you were rude to Lady Min. Terrible. Going on about South Africa being racist. Well, look at you. You're a convicted criminal. Shame on you. So don't you have a go at anybody. And you told me to fuck off. And that wasn't very polite. So why don't you fuck off, you piece of shit? That's what you are. You're an absolute disgrace. And I'm not prepared to say anything else. And I'm very glad that my audience is enjoying me saying this, because my audience is in agreement with me. You are an appalling liar. And you've encouraged this delusional nitwit, Julia Wandell, or whatever her name is, on a Wednesday, to tell lies. Because you think you can make a bit of money out of it, you crook. You're a crook. Surjit Singh Clare, the biggest crook on the planet. So I'm not going to hold back. No. Thank you, Will. Don't hold back. I won't hold back. Thank you. You've said the right thing. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you very much. The lady under the bed. Yep, there we go. TMTB. Thank you. I am pointing out the truth of this story. This is a story again of a bunch of grifters trying to make money out of a lunatic psychopath nutcase who is harassing, you know, these McCanns. I'm, I don't like the McCanns, but those two twins should be left alone. Harassing the twins is not correct. Why should those two, the brother and sister, be harassed? They have done nothing wrong. They just happen to be born the brother and sister of a girl who was vanished. Whatever happened to her? We all have our theories, but it's not correct to harass them. And this little rat, Julia, whatever she's called, Julia on a Wednesday, chose to harass them via Instagram. She is guilty of the crime of harassment. She is a nuisance. At the very least, she should be found guilty of the crime of harassment. What does Lady Min think about this?
Leave the McCanns alone. They've had enough. They've been through enough, and it's not correct.
There we go. We've got the opinion.
Anymore is only after money.
These people,
and they should be locked up.
It's too much. Leave them alone. I agree with the sentiment of that. I don't think that. I think that the McCanns should have been charged with child neglect. That is something I've always said, but that does not mean that the children of the McCanns should be forced to suffer. These children have had to endure a life under scrutiny, and it's not fair. Leave them alone. And all this a DNA test will sort it all out. No. Why should the McCanns be forced to go through yet another DNA test when there are hundreds of these people who come forward every year, a bunch of lunatics like this effing bloody Julia, whatever her name is, Julia the freak, and shame on the people who are supporting her. I do actually get rather angry about it. Julia the fake. Julia the fake deserves everything she's getting, and I hope.
Where she's been all these years.
She's 2 years too old. She's not the right age. The woman's a freak. She's a complete lunatic. This psychopath woman needs to be locked up for the sake of humanity, because she is harassing people. It's disgusting. And Dr. Phil proved her to be a liar, a fake, a deceiver. And I get very upset. And okay, I speak loudly because you all like that, because that's what I do, because that's why I have a TV show. If I didn't speak the way I did, I wouldn't have a TV show, would I? Because if I was some quiet person, I'd not even have a TV show. So, that's why I'm speaking the way I am. But this woman is a liar. She's a deceiver. She's a piece of dirt. And shame on her for harassing this family. And shame on the people who are encouraging her. And okay, I've had messages from some of them saying, oh, well, we're not trying to make her do anything. Well, no, you are actually. I now realize that you people, you're, you know, you are actually encouraging her. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Min?
Matthew, I think you're drawing attention to her, and I think you should speak about it no further. Woman's trash.
Lady Min
Foreign
thinks
conversation.
Lady Min thinks the woman is trash. But no, I have to make my comments because I have to speak in my own way. But honestly, I don't know what you all think. But I guess you don't like Julia, says Rosebud. Well,
Speak no further on this.
no, I can tell you I don't like the lady called Julia. I think the lady called Julia, whatever her name is, on a Wednesday or a Monday or well, tomorrow will be Monday, so I don't know what Julia will be called tomorrow, but whatever her name is, Julia is a piece of shit. She is a disgusting person who has caused upset to so many people. She's a liar. She's a deceiver. She's a deceptionist. She's disgusting. It is wrong, morally wrong. I don't like the McCanns, but that does not mean that this lady should go around, this girl. She's certainly not a lady. In fact, I shouldn't call her a lady. She's not a lady. She's a woman, a girl, who tells lies. She is a deceiver. It's disgusting what she's doing. She has pretended to be somebody she's not. She's sick. And she's causing upset to all sorts of people. And she harassed these twins whose sister has disappeared and never been found. Whatever happened to Madeline McCann, we don't know. And I don't believe that Madeline McCann is alive. I believe Madeline McCann is dead, as you all probably realize. But this lying deceiver harassed the brother and sister, the twins, via Instagram. She harassed the family. She turned up at their house, and she's been encouraged by all these social media people. It's absolutely disgusting. It's wrong. You can't harass people like this. It's wrong. And I don't like harassment. So I am appalled by this nonsense of this bunch of Barry bullshit people who think that, it could be the child of George Soros because he's got the same kind of eye. What a load of old nonsense. What a load of old rot. They lie. These people are a bunch of deceiving, crazy crackpots. These people deserve to be called out. I've had enough. And then, the new one, the girl from Arkansas who claims that she's Madeline McCann. We've got another one. They're all loonies. These loopy people, all they want is money. Don't fall for their story. And the fact that they even get this far means that they've already made a load of money. Because they've already got somebody to buy the story. Because the story wouldn't be out there if it weren't there. Absolutely a load of old rot. We have to say Enough is enough with this Madeline McCann story. Why don't we focus on trying to help other families whose children have not been found? Let's focus on Luke Durbin, the wonderful Luke Durbin, who was a nice boy who disappeared. I met Luke Durbin's mother, a nice lady, and she has been working with the Missing People's Charity for many, many years. She wants to find her son. Her son vanished. Why can't we try and help find Luke Durbin? Why can't we try and help the family of Martin Allen, who, I regularly correspond with his brother on Twitter? Why can't we try and find that person? He will never be found. It's too many years, but we need to try and help other people who are missing. Let's try and help find people who can be found or other people. Madeline McCann is not the only missing person on the planet. Thousands of people are missing, and I want to help other people. I'm not interested in Madeline McCann only. Madeline McCann and this fake Madeline McCann, shame on her. Shame on the people who support her. They are a disgrace. I'm very angry with them because they have actually pissed me off. I want to help other people who could be found. Let's try and help. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Min? Let's try and find other missing people.
I don't understand the attention with Madeline.
No, there we go. Lady Min agrees with me. So there we go. So we want to find other missing people. We want to help. If there's anything we can do, please come forward. Please come forward and contact me, and I will try and help with any missing person case. There are plenty of cases that can be solved of other people. I brought up Luke Durbin. I brought up other things in the past, but we need to go after cases that can be solved. So let's try and get some justice. Right. Anyway, you've always respected my view on Michael Barrymore. I hate Michael Barrymore with a passion. Thank you, Louise. That is very kind of you to say. Michael Barrymore is a disgrace. He should come forward and tell the truth. 9 people went to a house. 8 of them lived. That is the clear key to that case. So that's what I want to say about that. Right. Lucy Letby. Lucy Letby is a disgusting woman. I don't like her. I've no interest in her case. I will not be supporting Lucy Letby. No. Lucy Letby is a shameful, disgusting woman who was rightly convicted. I'm not going to be supporting Lucy Letby. No. So don't start trying to make me support Lucy Letby. Thank you. That's not something. And as for you, Fred Witherow, yes, thank you. I know you're a troll who comes on this channel to try and attack me. Now, why don't you bog off? Thank you. You are one of the Eccleston trolls, so piss off, bog off, go back with Lucy Letby and piss off. Thank you, Fred Witherow. Thank you very much to my moderator who has kindly got rid of you. You're an awful person, so don't come back because there's no point. I won't be saying any more about you. I've said enough today, and that's it. Don't like you. Do I think Julia Wandell's Polish parents or the McCanns should do a DNA test? Jules B, who writes in capital letters. I don't know if you're a supporter of this silly girl Julia, but this silly Julia is a complete lunatic, and the fact that you write in capital letters only is very off-putting to me. Um, can't you write in a normal way? Um, are you some kind of lunatic yourself? But I'm sure you're probably a well-meaning person, but no, the McCanns should be left alone. The McCanns have supplied their DNA to the relevant people in Portugal and in Britain, and they don't need to supply their DNA to anyone again. This maniac has been dealt with by the Operation Grange. I don't particularly like the McCanns, but it doesn't mean that they should be harassed. It's shameful. It's absolutely disgusting. And you write to me in capital letters, I want it put to bed. In capital letters. Whoever you are, you're a lunatic. Right. Anyway. You want it put to a vote in Parliament? Oh, well, I don't know about that. There we go. I don't know what you want to vote in Parliament on, but there we go. Anyway, thank you very much for joining in, all of you. You're very generous. You're very kind. But I don't know what all this capital letters is all about. Hit the likes. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Jane, for hitting the likes. Rosebud points out that I don't like capital letters. No, I don't like people who use capital letters or exclamation marks. No, I don't. I will be very straightforward with you. No, I don't like an overuse of a capital letter or an exclamation mark because there is absolutely no need. Because if you want to express a view, you can express it simply. You don't need to overuse letters or capital letters or exclamation marks. I can't stand an exclamation mark for a start. But there we go. So anyway, what is my thoughts on the death of Gene Hackman? I think it's terrible, the death of Gene Hackman. I don't know what happened to Gene Hackman, nor does anyone else. So I can't possibly I can't possibly describe what happened. It took him at least 9 to 11 days to die. He didn't die because of gas. God knows how he died. And God knows how his wife died. And God knows how the dog died and all the rest of it. It's all rather curious. But I don't know. But, well, it sounds like a most curious incident. And, he obviously didn't have a very good relationship with his family because they hadn't phoned him in 11 days, had they? So that's a bit curious. That's all I can say. I'd say the most curious thing is he hadn't spoken with anyone in 11 days. He didn't have any friends call him. Very odd. I don't know. So I can't speak about the death of Gene Hackman. I don't know anything about it. I'm not an expert on the topic. There we go. Is Keir Starmer an upper class boarding school boy like Boris Johnson and that set? Keir Starmer is just a piece of rubbish. He's absolutely useless. I don't know where Keir Starmer went to school. I haven't even looked it up. He was a lawyer. He's a very well educated man, but he's not a very good prime minister. That's for sure. So no, I will say in response to TMTB, Keir Starmer is a piece of toe rag who really should not be prime minister of Britain. That's all I can say to you. Right. What are my thoughts on Zelensky and Trump? Do you think they'll sign a deal? I don't like Zelensky. I've never liked Zelensky. Zelensky is an actor who has manipulated the system since he became all along. He's just awful. And Donald Trump is, well, the same. Let's say it.
Not really.
He's an actor. Lady Min likes Donald Trump. She's a big fan. But I don't have to agree with her. But I think it's sickening and wrong that Zelensky and Starmer are playing this little game. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of the game. I'm not a fan of Trump either. I'm not a fan of any of them. I think the world has gone mad. That's what I will say. That's where I feel about that. Zelensky is sketchy, says Christine. I agree with Christine. Christine, hey Tiggers, says Donald has good points. TMTB likes Lady Min. There we go. Right. Christine, can you stop? Christine likes Lady Min. Right. Hello to Min from Cult Television.
From who?
You've got a hello from Cult Television. You're a friend, James, whoever that is.
How dare the Prime Minister of England invite a criminal into 10 Downing Street?
Well, anyway, anyway, I'm going to move the topic along. I don't like Ghislaine Maxwell, and that's what I'm more concerned about. Ghislaine is one of the wickedest people, and if Donald Trump dares to pardon her, shame on him.
Grab the money from the Ukraine.
Anyway, I'm trying to talk about something else, but I've got, someone shouting in the background. Tonight, you'll be a little quieter.
I have to be quiet. Grab the money from the Ukraine.
Right. Anyway, yes, we don't need the shouting in the background tonight, but we're going to probably get it anyway. I cannot stop it, but here we are. So, Cult Television wants to talk about recipes. Hello, Cult Television. We know who Cult Television is. He's somebody who operates under a bit of a pseudonym. So there we go. Right. Um, what is my favorite place in New York City? I haven't been to New York in a number of years, so I don't have a favorite place in New York, to be honest. In New York, I haven't been to New York lately, so I can't say what is my favorite place in New York. Um, I used to love going to let me think. Lady Min likes the plaza on Central Park. There you go. That's her view. Right. Right. What is my favorite place I've ever been to? Well, I don't really I don't do favorite. I don't understand the concept of favorite, to be honest. I think this is boring. Um, there are places I like to go to. I love Bellamy's in Mayfair. Absolutely wonderful. I love PJ's. PJ's on Fulham Road in London is one of my favorite places, and we love Awana, don't we, Lady Min? The lovely Awana.
Yeah.
She looks after us very well. And we love Bibendum, very nice place. And we love Daphne's. And where else? Giovanni Adriano, a lovely man. Adriano, a fantastic gentleman. And where else do I like to go? I don't know. But, there's a few places. If you want, do you like the plaza and the park? Okay. We loved La Brasserie. Yes, we all loved La Brasserie. We loved Susie and Peter. We loved Peter, didn't we?
Yeah, but it's gone.
But it's gone. We can't go there anymore. So we love Daphne's as an alternative nearby. Daphne's is fantastic, very expensive, but very nice. And Bellamy's in Mayfair, lovely. In London, that's that.
Walton Street where I live. You don't like it anymore.
I like Scalini. Yes, Scalini, nice place. Lady Min doesn't like Scalini, but I.
The other one down the road. What's it called?
We like Daphne's.
No, the one in Walton Street.
There's nothing else in Walton Street.
There is. I go there, the pub.
The Enterprise.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't love that. I don't.
I like it. Go there.
She likes the Enterprise. It's okay, but I don't love that. No, not on my list because it's the favourite of Lizzie Cundy and Anthea Turner, and I don't want to swing into action with Anth. So no, I'm not really an Anth person. Cult likes Daphne's. Good old Cult likes Daphne's. Not Anthea Turner. Oh God.
Bunch of grapes.
Oh no. Anyway, she's getting carried away with her little sentiments. And here we are giving a few views. Annabelle's. No, I don't like Annabelle's. Certainly not. No, Annabelle's has been ruined since the ruination by the terrible new owner is an appalling person. No, I would not be going to Annabelle's. No. When you visit Royal Hospital, you go to McDonald's. Okay. Well, McDonald's was known as the drugstore previously. It was a nightclub, actually. Kings Road McDonald's was known as the drugstore. So there you go. Not somewhere I will be choosing to go myself. No. So McDonald's is iconic, says Lauren. Oh, well, if you believe so, that's good for you. I don't agree with you, but there we go. Rosebud loves goldfish. I don't know where goldfish is. Where is Goldfish? Right, Goldfish. So what? These are the restaurants of the King's Road. Let's have a list of the restaurants of the King's Road. Goldfish. Boysdale in Belgravia is where cult television likes to go. Have I eaten at Possier? No, I haven't eaten at Possier. No. Martina loves my dog. I don't know if a restaurant is called My Dog, but I've never been to a restaurant called My Dog. Will I be covering the Menendez brothers on their upcoming trial? The Menendez brothers do not have an upcoming trial. There is the possibility that the Menendez brothers may have a clemency hearing or a resentencing. So there isn't a trial for the Menendez brothers upcoming presently, but thank you. The Blue Nomad. Is it the Blue Nomad? Mandy Harrison. Mandy, no, there will not be an upcoming trial for the Menendez brothers, but they may well have a resentencing. Anyway, I will be supporting the Menendez brothers, and my friend from the long ago, the Gavinator, Gavin Newsom, may well be offering them clemency. And he is in a position of power and may offer them clemency shortly. And I'm very much hopeful that this particular man may offer them clemency. So we're hopeful that the Lyle and Eric will get clemency from the Gavinator, which would be a wonderful thing. So yes, thank you for your point. Right. Oh, you'll pass today. You have your reasons. Cult TV likes Cafe Rouge. Well, there was a Cafe Rouge next to Harrods, but then it became some kind of a smart little. Lady Min likes The Replacement. She's a big fan. Anyway, Harry's Bar. She likes The Replacement. Jane loves Boysdale. Okay, so you all love a bit of Boysdale. Well, that's Nigel Farage's favourite. Farage, as in garage, is his favourite. Right. If the Menendez brothers get out, would you interview them? I would be very happy to talk with the Menendez brothers on any occasion. My friend Robert Rand is the person who has worked with the Menendez brothers for the longest period of time. Another friend of mine, Hazel Thornton, she was a juror on the first case. She is also someone involved with them. I would be very, very happy to do a discussion with either Eric or Lyle Menendez. Eric and Lyle Menendez have been two of the most wrongly treated people on the planet. I am a huge supporter of Eric and Lyle Menendez, and everybody told me 10 years ago when I first got involved with Eric and Lyle Menendez, like they told me with Jeremy Bamber, like they told me with Omar Benguit, like they told me with, Mark Alexander, don't get involved. I'm very proud to support these people. So I would be delighted to do an interview with Eric or Lyle Menendez, or both Eric and Lyle Menendez. I think that those two people have been through hell courtesy of their evil parents. And, they did wrong and they've served their time. They did the crime, they served the time. It's time now to let them out. And thank you, hopefully, to Gavin Newsom. And come on, Gavin. I've been writing to you for years about this story, Gavin. Gavin, I met you first through Maurice Kambar, a very rich billionaire. I was introduced to you when you were just mayor of San Francisco. I met you first when you were not even mayor. You were just a, rich man, which is exactly what you still are. And, your wife was abused by Harvey Weinstein. And, we had a business with Harvey Weinstein. And honestly, Gavin, I've kept contacting you to say these two boys need to have clemency. And finally, you're starting to listen. We've got a new era with Donald Trump. I don't know what Donald Trump's going to do with the world. You're governor of California. You want to be president, clearly, one day. You're a very ambitious man. I'm not your personal friend, but I want you to do something. Give Eric and Lyle justice. Eric and Lyle have had enough. They've served their time. Let them be free. These two men were abused by mom and dad. It's shameful. It's time to let them free. Please, come on, Governor Newsom. I know you. You know me. I want you to let them free. I want you to do the right thing. And you have supposedly sent it to the relevant people. Please make this happen. Come on. Don't listen to this creep Hockman. He is an absolute piece of rubbish. He is not helping anyone. Eric and Lyle are two people who were abused by mum and dad. Don't forget this. Please let them be free. They have served their time. They have been model prisoners. In prison, they have done nothing but help other prisoners. They are good people. Don't get this wrong, Gavin. You've already got it wrong on a lot of other things, but this is a case where you could change the world. Please, Gavin, do the right thing. So I don't want to talk any more about that. No. So thank you for all your comments on that matter. There we go. The Blue Nomad, I agree. Free them. Yes, totally. I'm not going to say any more. No, let's change the topic, please. Please, if you want to talk about something, we move the topic along. We're not going to talk about that any further because I don't want to. I've made my message very clear to Gavin. Gavin is the man who can change the narrative, and Gavin and I have had a dialogue, and I want what I want, and he is already supported clemency in his recent missives in the last week. It's taken me 10 years to get to this stage. But I've been saying this for 10 years. But he has finally agreed. CNN published on Saturday. We are getting towards what we want, and it's good. And Robert Rand, the journalist, and Hazel, these people have been on this forever and ever. They're the hardest working people. I'm a nobody in this story. I'm an absolute nobody. But these people have been working for years. It is time for clemency. That is what is required. It's the easiest way to resolve the matter because they have been in prison for over 30 years. It's disgusting. Their parents abused them. And what could be done is they can reduce the sentence, resentencing. That is one way of ending this matter. And the resentencing would just mean that they would get out because the number of years would be they've already overserved, so therefore out. The clemency is another way out, and that is, I think, the best way. The clemency would be the best way. Let's just say enough is enough with the story. And those two men, they will do good for the world because once they get out of prison, they will do good for other people because they're actually good people. You know, what I know about them, these are two people who want to do good for the world. And Lady Min would agree, wouldn't you? The Menendez brothers need to get out of prison.
Well, I think they should get out.
Yes, it's
They've
time.
done their time.
They've done their time. It's time to get out. Yes?
Yes.
Enough is
What
enough.
they're going to do when they get out, I don't know. Hopefully it'll be good.
Well, we hope that they're going to do a lot of good for the world. And that's what we want. So there we go. Cilla Black. What did she have to say about it? Cilla Black has no relevance to the story. Sorry.
Well, her name originally was Cilla White.
She was Cilla
She
White.
died.
Anyway.
She's not alive anymore.
Right. Anyway, the audience like to wind you up.
She died.
She's dead.
I know.
She's brown bread.
Well, she died a horrible way.
She died a horrible way.
Well, she got sunstroke.
Anyway, we're having a discussion here privately about Cilla Black, but that really doesn't matter. No, anyway, we don't really. That's not really relevant to this.
She was a very special person. She had a very.
What would Gloria Hunniford say? Asks Ross. I don't know who you are, Ross, but I don't like Gloria Hunniford, as you probably know. Horrible woman.
Who?
Gloria Hunniford. Lady Min doesn't like her either. There we go. Yes. We've already got all the comments about Cilla Black locking herself outside. What about Cliff Richard? Yes, we know about Cliff. Horrible man. Vile, revolting, creepy Christian crooner. Right. How about Gene Hackman? Did he kill himself? No, I don't know. I don't know anything about Gene Hackman. I can't possibly comment. There we go. Anyway, we're getting lots of questions coming in about Cliff Richard, Gene Hackman, Cilla Black, surprise, surprise, Kitty, of course, Kitty, yes, the word Kitty, very key question. There we go. Walter Mitty. There we go.
I know a lot about Cilla Black, so ask me.
Lady Min wants to say she knows a lot about Cilla Black, but she doesn't know anything about Cilla Black.
I do. She's born in Liverpool.
Can you have a quiz? Okay, you want a quiz, right? Okay, we'll have to have a random quiz. Right, have we got somebody ready to do the quiz? You'd like a quiz? So Daniel Wild Goose wants a quiz. Have we got anybody ready to be the quiz note taker? Is Hey Tiggers going to be our quiz note taker? Right. Or yes, Hey Tiggers will be the note taker. Right. I've got a bit of a quiz. It's only a quiz from a random book. Harriet is here. Oh, Harriet. Harriet. We've got our Harriet. Right. So, we'll begin with a quiz. Can we see men? No. I can't turn the computer around. Right. Are we going to begin with a quiz? So, here we go. Are you ready? Good luck to you all. Hey, Tiggers. We've got Harriet, who is the quiz maestro lady. Right. I've got to think of some random questions to throw into the mix. But we've got a stupid quiz. Where would you be if you were standing on the Spanish Steps? The winner is Daniel Wildgoose with Rome. Rome is the answer. Well done to Daniel Wildgoose. What is the city is known as the Eternal City? Where's my gin? I don't have gin at the moment. I've got rosé. But thank you, Cult Television. Thank you, my dear friend James. I think that's who you are. I will be getting a bit more in a minute.
Where's my credit card?
So the person who answered correctly is Hey Tiggers with Rome. Rome was the answer. Well done to Rome. Lady Min wants to know where her credit card is. I don't know. It's probably in her handbag. It's not in my pocket. No. Lady Min does like to interrupt proceedings in our programs by bringing up such silly things. But no, it doesn't really matter anyway, because it's not going to be useful in any other setting. Right. The next question is, in which country would you find Mount Kilimanjaro?
Nairobi, East Africa.
Well, Lady Min is completely wrong. It is not in South Africa. It's not in Kenya. It's not in Rome. It's not in my pocket.
India.
Well, stop interrupting the questions. The winner is Bess with Tanzania. Well done to Bess. The answer is Tanzania. Well done, best.
Next country was Kenya. It goes between both, actually.
Well, Lady Min shouting in the background is not helping matters. Anyway, we'll move along in this little quiz. True or false? Halloween originated as an ancient Irish festival. Is it true or false?
That couple night.
The winner is Miss Marple. Our regular winner of the quiz, Miss Marple, is correct. It is true. Halloween did originate as an ancient Irish festival.
What?
Ancient Irish festival. Next question. What is the largest Spanish-speaking city in the world? Which
Brazil.
the screaming
Argentina.
Lady Min is not correct. But anyway, I wish she'd be quiet because she's interrupting the quiz.
Probably Argentina.
But the winner immediately is Simon Coates. The answer is Mexico City. Which country has the most islands? Is the next question. Which country has the most islands? It is not Indonesia. It's not Japan. It's not Camden. Camden is a place. It's not Scotland. It's not Norway. It's not Japan. It's not Hawaii. It's not the Maldives. It's not Greece. It's not Wales. Wales is not.
Australia.
It's not Scotland. It's not Cardiff. Cardiff, the Philippines. Oh. Nope, you're not doing very well here. It's not Polynesia. It's not Cilla Black Island. It's not the Cilla Black Islands. It's not the Solomon Islands. But Cilla Black Islands, no, it's definitely not Cilla Black. Good old Cilla. Our Cilla is responsible for many, many problems in the world, but not that. But we have a winner, Bess.
What?
Bess wins. It's Sweden.
Oh yeah.
So well done to Bess. Bess gets the point. You know, you've beaten off Cilla Black. You probably went on Google, but well done you. Anyway, you are the winner of the point. So the next question. In Australia, what is commonly known as a bottle O? In Australia, what is commonly known as a bottle O? Lady Min would like a bottle O. I will say. No, Lady Min would like to go to a bottle O. Of course she would. It's not beer, no. A bottle O. It's not Cliff Richard and it's not Cilla Black. So please, before you... It's not a pub. It's not a brothel. It's not a barbecue. It's not a strip joint. It's not a Kylie Minogue. Lady Min thinks it's a Kylie Minogue. I don't know what that means, but... No, what is a bottle O? It's not a condom. It's not a wine bar, but you're getting closer. It's not a spa. It's not. You're very close with a liquor store, cult TV. What is a bottle O? It's not a spirit merchant. It's not a cocktail bar. Daniel Wild Goose is the winner. It's an off license. It's an off license. A bottle O is a Off license. It's a simple word for an off license. It's a shop where Lady Min could go and get her wine. There you go. So a bottle O. There you go. Tomorrow morning we're going.
I remember that if I ever go there.
Tomorrow, if we ever go anywhere, we're going. Lady Min wants to go to a bottle O. Wouldn't you like to go to a bottle O?
Yeah.
Yes, Lady Min would like to go to a bottle O. So there we go. Right. Next question. In which US state is the country's busiest airport located? Which US state has the busiest airport?
That's got to be New York.
Lady Min is shouting in the background, New York. She's completely wrong. So there we go. Hey Tiggers wins immediately with Georgia. It was Georgia. Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport is the busiest airport in America. There we go. I don't know why it's the busiest, but there we go. Right. Which river flows through the Grand Canyon? Which river flows through the Grand Canyon? It's not the Nile, no. That's in Egypt. That's not in the territory. The winner immediately with Colorado is Mr. Bates. Thank you, Mr. Bates. You are the winner. That is the river that flows through the Grand Canyon. What is the state capital of New York? It's not Cilla Black International. No. The winner with Albany is Lisa Sante. Lisa Sante gets the point. But no, Cilla Black does not win. It's not Cilla Black City. No. Cilla Black City is not the winner, no. I know you all love Cilla Black very much and Anthea Turner, but seriously, neither of them are cities. So we can't have an Anthea Turner city. That is utterly appalling as a thought, as a prospect. We can't have Anthea Turner. Cilla Black City is in South Africa. Okay. Thank you, Simon. Cilla Black City is on crack. Okay. There we go. What do you think of that? Cilla Black is in South Africa. Cilla Black World. It's time to make Dollywood.
What?
They had Dollywood, so why don't we have Cilla Black City? Lady Min says why. There we go. She's not a fan of the idea of Cilla Black City. That's for Anthea Turner City.
Oh God, the worst.
Cilla Black is far superior to her. So anyway, there we go. We don't really like the idea of Cilla Black City, and we definitely don't like the idea of Turner City either. So we won't be swinging into action for Anthea Turner. Laura rubbish, says BMRC. I agree with you. Laura Ginger Minja. Yes, well, that's probably correct. Poor old Scylla says, hey, Tiggers. Yes, we're getting into Scylla discussion now. What about Birmingham? I've never been to Birmingham. I'm sure Birmingham has some kind of redeeming quality, but I don't think I would ever want to go there. It was a place that I was very glad to drive around. I drove around it on that motorway, and I was very glad I drove around it. Today was my grandmother's 95th birthday. So Granny Howard was 95 today. So may we please give a great big cheers, and I want to say a hearty cheers to Granny Howard, a wonderful lady who did a lot of good for the world. My grandmother is a wonderful lady, and she's 95 today. So actually, I want to say happy birthday to Granny Howard. So happy birthday to Granny Howard. I salute my grandmother, and I want to say what a wonderful lady she is. And she's doing her own thing. She's fantastic. She's a happy, wonderful, kind lady. So happy birthday to Granny Howard. So thank you for all your kind wishes to Granny Howard. Anyway, Granny Howard is a good lady, and she's in a home in Cheshire in Alderley Edge, and she's doing very well. So may we send my best wishes and all your best wishes. Thank you so much to Granny Howard. You know, she's a lady who's done a lot of good for the world over the years, and I thank you for your kind comments. Thank you. It's been very nice. Where's my orange jumper today? Today I'm not wearing the orange jumper. I'm wearing a different color. That's that. So that's where we're up to. Granny Howard has a lot to answer for giving you, Matthew. Well, she did indeed. She does. If it hadn't been for Granny Howard, I wouldn't exist, would it? So, yeah, you're quite correct there. If I didn't have Granny Howard, I wouldn't exist. No, you're quite correct. Thank you for your comment. Right. Granny Howard was living with a footballer. Well, of course, yes. The story of my grandmother does involve footballers. Yes. So my grandfather and his brother were involved in the Munich air disaster with the Man United players. So yes, my great uncle, was one of the people on the plane. Peter Howard was his name. He was thrown out of the plane into the snow, and he went back into the plane and he rescued two of the players. And Peter Howard was the Daily Express reporter who saved several of the players' lives. So, yes, my family were very involved in that, yes. So, yeah. So, Peter Howard was an amazingly courageous man, and he was my great uncle. So, I can name drop as much as I want, because I know people think that I name drop, but I'm not telling you a name drop without a reason. Peter Howard was a relative of mine. I'm very proud of him. He saved the lives of two of the players in the Munich air disaster in 1960, whatever it was. So, don't go on at me about that. I'm telling you the truth. He was a very courageous member of my family, and he was a journalist who worked for the Express. And I now am a journalist. Now, I'm not in the league of him. He did seriously good work. He was an extremely successful journalist, but I do my own little bit as much as I can. But my descendant, he did an amazing thing. He saved the lives of people on an aeroplane in a crash. He was in the crash. He was part of the crash. And he saved their lives. So don't have a pop at me, whoever you are. Whoever you are, you're boring. Seriously. That's seriously tedious. I'm only honest about my story of who my descendants are, and I talk about the good people around me. I've got this lovely lady Min who's here with me now. She's an amazing lady who's achieved a lot in her life. My relationships with Offer Ransom, the most brilliant man on the planet. Offer Ransom, the man who played chess with Trotsky and Lenin. Swallows and Amazons. It's ridiculous. These people, whoever you are, having a go at me. You come and have a pop at me as much as you want. It's not very nice. I don't care. But I will speak as I find. I am who I am. So don't have a go at me. If you really want to have a go at me, turn it on a Tuesday. Seriously. Thank you. Anyway, never mind. Right. Well, we haven't got through this quiz. Swallows are forever. Right. We're on question 10 of the quiz. Right. So we're going to have to return to the quiz. I'm getting all these questions. Did I know who was in the Twin Towers, who was saved? No. A load of rubbish. Please, just don't do this rot. Cilla Black was in. Oh, God. Please. Anyway. My uncle would be proud of you. There we go. Well, yes, my great uncle was a man who was in the Munich air disaster. Yes. He was in the Munich air disaster and he survived. And he was a good person. So don't go on about it. No. He's just somebody who survived. He saved multiple people's lives. He went back into the plane from the ground and tried to save people's lives. He was a good person. And he was a good person. And, I've grown up with stories in my life for all sorts of things, but he was one of them. I didn't know him well. I cannot say I knew this man, Peter Howard, well, but he was a relative of my mother. So, you know, anyway, he's a good person. He was a hero, yes. Have I any thoughts on Esther Ranson? Esther Ranson is a busybody. That's what I shall say of her.
She's stylish and clever.
She was too close to Jimmy Savile, and you know, I did enjoy the film about um, the gentleman who saved all the children, but no, I can't say I'm a big fan of Esther Ranson. No. What's my thought on Sean Atwood? Sean Atwood is somebody who is I know. I've spent time with, but I I wish him well. But I do my own thing now. I've learnt a lot from Sean Atwood, and I respect him, and I send him my best wishes. That's all I shall say. I don't need to say any more about him. What about Albert Scanlon? I don't know who Albert Scanlon is. Sorry, can't answer the question. Why is the quiz over? Your friend Michael Barrymore has started popping up in my YouTube. He acts bemused as to why his career vanished. Oh, right. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know about that. Anyway, this quiz. Right. Well, we were doing our quiz. Miss Marple says Peter Howard helped save the lives of many of the United players and the great Sir Matt Busby. That was my uncle. Yes. He was a wonderful man. He was a hero who saved people's lives. He was on the aeroplane and he was the Daily Express reporter. And it's a great honor to have somebody in my family who did something so brave, because he went back into a plane. He was thrown out of the plane into the snow and he went back in to save their lives. So, yes, thank you, Miss Marple, whoever you are. You point out a very wonderful thing. Peter Howard was a hero, a wonderful hero who saved people's lives. And, you know, today is my grandmother's 95th birthday. So we must honor Granny Howard. Cheers to Granny Howard.
Cheers, my darling.
And Lady Min's, everyone's saying cheers to Granny Howard because that's what we should do. Granny Howard's relative.
We need a picture of her.
Well, we don't have a picture of Granny Howard, but Granny Howard is a lovely lady.
Someone in that hospital should take a picture of her on her birthday.
She's not in a hospital.
Well, whatever she is.
Anyway, Granny Howard is in Alderley Edge in Cheshire, and she's having a lovely time. And my mother and sister are spending time with her. So we wish Granny Howard happiness galore. Today, it's about Granny Howard. Granny Howard, cheers to you. You're 95 years old today. So that's an amazing age to achieve. And what a wonderful achievement. And we love you, Granny Howard. Thank you, Granny Howard, for being such a good person. And thank you for being such a kind, decent, wonderful lady. And
thank you
achieving the world. Thank you for being a wonderful person. No, thank you for being you. That is all we need to say. Thank you, Granny Howard. Granny Howard, you're the best. Cheers to Granny Howard. Anyway, that's where we feel about that. So, I can't do video chat. No, it's not possible. Sadly, with somebody who can't do such things, it's not possible. Right, we're on 2 hours. We're nearly at 2 hours. Thank you, Harriet. The wonderful Harriet is here. We love our Harriet. Here's our Harriet with a quick reminder. I don't know where that comes from, but there we go. Anyway, well, we've nearly done this quiz, but we haven't finished it. But maybe on a Sunday we're not really in the mood for this. I don't know. Rosebud loves their granny too. You want the rest of the quiz? Right. Right. I know the who needs a quiz on a Suzzled Sunday says Mud Hut. I'm kind of bored of this quiz, to be honest. I didn't like this quiz. It was a quiz that someone gave me, but it's not very exciting. It's not exciting me. I'm thinking of Granny Howard today. Don't be rude to your moderator. Right. Anyway, can we offer quiz questions? Who won the quiz? Okay, well, we've done about 10 questions. So who won the quiz of the questions thus far? If the moderator could please give us an option, that would be good. Simon Coates is the winner. I think that's probably the best option. I don't think we need to do any more of this quiz. I think the quiz is boring. I've had enough of the quiz. Right. Yes, we don't need to do any more quiz, but I'm happy to talk with you about any questions. So let's talk about Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's talk about other matters. Let's talk about something that's serious. Cancel the quiz. Yes. Who would you rather be stuck in a lift with, Cliff Richard or Rolf Harris? Well, Rolf Harris is dead, so I couldn't be stuck in lift with him anyway. The horrible Cliff Richard would be an appalling person to be stuck in a lift with. Cliff is a weak creep. Yeah, I agree. Cliff is a creep. Yeah. Horrible person, stain on humanity. Cliff Richard is one of the worst people on the planet. Awful. No thanks. Is Cliff Richard going to go down? I hope so. Let's create a Granny Howard cocktail, says Cult Television. Well,
That sounds fun.
well, my grandmother likes a beverage, I will admit. It's mostly involving port. Port. Granny Howard likes port. So you have to think of something that involves port. Did I know Terry Wogan? Asks Martina. Yes, I did know Terry, and I know Terry's son. He runs a pizza restaurant. He's a wonderful man. Yes, I like Terry Wogan. I love Terry Wogan. Lovely man. Absolutely delightful. Quite the opposite of Philip Schofield. Cliff is made from leather. I don't know what that means, but there we go. If he's made from leather, I don't know what we'll do with him. Miss Marple asks, do I know about Howard's Way? Well, we've been today with some people who were involved in Howard's Way. Always there. Yes. So, yes, we know that. Cliff is the weakest link, says Ross. Cliff is indeed the weakest link, but we definitely want to say goodbye. Right. Right. He liked the Barnes Children's Home, says Cult Television. I'm sure he did. Cliff Richard was a revolting, disgusting person. Well, he is still a revolting person. Miss Marple wants a cocktail for Granny Howard, a Howard's Way. You want to name it a Howard's Way? Okay. So what are you going to? Well, what is this cocktail? But my grandmother likes port.
Port and lemon.
She's a very simple old lady. She might like brandy and cheese and wine. Okay. Well, she might like that. Port and brandy.
No way.
That's not really suitable for Granny Howard. No, Granny Howard needs a more civil.
Strong.
She needs a better cocktail. So please try harder. You want to give her port and lemonade, says Simon Coates.
No, not lemonade.
And she wants to call it the Howard's Way. No, I don't. Lady Min doesn't approve. You can't beat a port and lemonade.
Lemon.
A pint of Stella. A Ken Masters. No, you don't like Ken Masters, do you, Lady Min? He was the man who was the one who ran the port.
Oh no.
No, we don't want a Ken Masters. That's not fair to Lady. That's a Granny Howard.
What was the drink you talked about earlier?
No, we're not having that. They all keep saying mini cheddars.
The drink you talked about.
My Granny Howard doesn't like mini cheddars, so that's not going to be happening. Port and brandy. Port and brandy. No, thanks. A baby Guinness with Tia Maria and Baileys. No, thank you.
That sounds very good to me.
Oh, she'd like that. A tawny old. A Piers Morgan. Have you got Piers Morgan?
No, I'd like to have one of those.
I don't think Granny Howard would even know who Piers Morgan is.
She probably does.
No, my grandmother does not know who Piers Morgan is.
He watches him on TV.
I doubt it.
He's entertaining.
Lady Min thinks that Piers Morgan is entertaining. A tequila mockingbird. A baby reindeer. What's Lady Min's tipple? Well, she likes wine. She likes white wine, lots of it. That's what she's got in front of her right now. It's not a port and tonic. No, she doesn't drink that. And Granny Howard could not be inflicted with that. A port of Granny. Granny Port. Oh dear. You all seem to have suggestions for my 95-year-old grandmother. Chablis flavored with mini cheddars. Well, that's just trying to be clever. I know who you are, so you can bog off and shove it up your jumper because I know who you are. You're a wonderful person, but no, that is not the answer. Why am I in the south of France? Asks Lee. I just happened to be here. No reason. Can I have a port and Campari for your granny? No, port and Campari is not a very good combination, I would say. Can you have some Can you have cider? Cider mixed with Guinness. Oh, disgusting. A Tony Blair in Bow Street magistrate's cocktail. That sounds utterly awful. Right. You are coming up with some awful combinations. Port with spices?
My granny used to drink stout.
I don't care about your granny over there, you. But strawberries with port. That sounds utterly disgusting. Hello, Granny. Well, thank you. An Elton John olive oil bath. That's really not appealing. No. Elton John olive oil is not appealing. That is the most disgusting thing I've heard yet. So, and I know who you are, and I know you shouldn't say things like that. So please moderate your nonsense. Right. Dynamite. Okay. The iron will be good for Granny Hard. The iron? What do you plan to do with the iron? Iron her? That's a very strange thing. Jerry Hayes on ice. Jerry Hayes is a nice man. I like Jerry Hayes, so I don't know who you are, Ross. You're being very rude. Jerry Hayes is a perfectly nice man, so I don't know why you're bringing him into the equation. A cup of tea and a slice of cake. Granny Howard will deal with all of you very vociferously. I wish I'd never mentioned you. I wish I'd never mentioned Granny Howard now. You want port and whiskey, brandy and coffee? Oh my God. You're all lunatics. Anyway, never mind. Happy days. The cake would be the safest, says Dawn Marie. Dawn Marie offers cake.
What?
Dawn Marie offers cake. She says it's the safest option for Granny Howard. Anyway, Granny Howard is a dear woman and a wonderful lady, and I don't need all this nonsense. And anyway, you've all had a bit of fun. So anyway, no more nonsense. We wish, port trifle, whatever that is, port trifle, port and cherry now, port trifle. Anyway, no, port trifle. Trifle. Anyway, Lady Min's shouting in the background. Anyway, we wish Lady Min good behavior, but we wish my 95-year-old grandmother a very happy birthday. So I don't need any more of this nonsense about Cilla Black Anthea Turner, all the nonsense. Happy birthday, dear grandmother. We wish her a happy birthday. And I'm sorry about all these stupid people who've come up with stupid things, but we don't want baby sham, no. So thank you, Simon Coates, for your baby sham. But anyway, we won't be saying any more about my grandmother. My grandmother is 95. Well done to her. It's a wonderful achievement to reach the grand old age of 95. So that's that. Anyway, so we move along, and you can ask me some more questions about something completely different. So thank you. Right. If you want to ask another question, get on with it. There's lots of you here, so ask me a question. A different topic. What do you think of Keir Starmer? Have I been to Monte Carlo? Asks Lee. No, I haven't been to Monte Carlo, and my friend Amanda thinks the place is a little bit of a dump. Another friend of mine, Alfie Best, is supposedly living there, so could go and visit him, but we haven't been there. Have I visited the Spanish Steps? No, I've never visited the Spanish Steps. Lady Min has visited the Spanish Steps. She sat on them. What music do you enjoy? Well, it depends on the occasion, but I love Barrington Furlong. I love the music of Inspector Morse. That's one of my favorite things. The Archers. I love the music of the Archers, of course. And are you a nonce? That's not a very nice question. How rude. Well, of course, I don't consider myself to be such a thing. Have I been to historic places in Saint-Tropez? Well, I've been to lots of places in Saint-Tropez, but I don't know what particular things. Do I like Haworth? Haworth, yes. I've been to Haworth, yes. It's a place in Yorkshire, yes. I've been there. Very nice place. Is there room for one more to come and visit? Well, you're very welcome to come and visit. Do I like ramen? I don't know. I don't know what ramen is. Will Natasha buy Kirsty's house? Oh, in the Archers, yes, Miss Marple. I think it's all going to fall apart because of the sewage. So no, I think in the Archers that will be a bit of a drama. What is the local cheese where you are? Do you eat it with your wine? Do I eat the local? Do we eat the local cheese? We eat lots of local cheese. We love the local cheese. There's great cheese here. Fantastic. There we go. Right. Have I been to a pool party? No, I haven't been to a pool party. I don't know what a pool party is. So, Liberty, I can't answer your question. I haven't been to a pool party, no. Do I like to dance? I haven't danced. I'm not really into dancing, no. Do you like Inspector Morse? Yes, I love Inspector Morse, as everybody knows. Did you like Only Fools and Horses and David Jason?
Yes.
I loved Only Fools and Horses. I thought it was great fun. wonderful show. Um, I don't know about all the rumors about David Jason, but I like Only Fools and Horses. Yes. Um, is the Archers still going? Yes. Well, the Archers has been going since 1951. So yes, it's been going bit longer than I've lived. What's your favourite place in Scotland? Asked Stevie. I love, as you know, Iona, most wonderful place in the world. I'd love to be in Iona. The water is beautiful. It, it's the most spiritual place on the planet. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for your question. What's your highest snooker break? I've never played snooker in my life, so no, I don't have one. So my answer is zero, zero, I suppose. Right. Will you talk about something that's bothered you today? What has bothered me today? I don't know. Nothing's really bothered me. I'm quite a calm person. What's bothered me today? What's got me angry? Nothing really. I'm not an angry person. Not nothing has bothered me. No. I've enjoyed listening to the radio, and I've had the ranting of Lady Men, and I've had my mother, and I've had, a few other things. So, no, nothing has bothered me today. So, no, I'm not bothered. No. So, sorry, can't be bothered. Do I like sushi?
No.
I don't mind sushi. It's something I can enjoy. I've had very good sushi. Lovely when it's nice. But it's not something I seek out. It's not my. I wouldn't say I'm going to go out tonight to find some sushi. It's not my favorite thing to go and look out for. But if it came along and it were good, lovely.
Probably Japanese.
Lady Men says it's got to be Japanese. Anyway, there we go. That's what she thinks. That's her view. Anyway, Graham is in our thoughts. I don't know what Graham has done, but there we go. Right. Can I get a Sunday roast dinner in France? That is a big problem. Yes. We can't really find one of those. It's very hard. No. What is Lady Men wanting to rant about today?
What?
You've been asked the question. What are you wishing to rant about today? What do you want to get angry about?
Angry about.
Right. Anyway,
I made my bed this morning.
I didn't make a bed. There we go. What is my favorite Chinese meal? Well, I like
Chicken chopsuey.
I just like a simple
Chicken fried rice.
no, I don't like any of those things. I like to have sweet and sour chicken for me. That'll suit me perfect. Right. Can you get fish and chips in France?
Yes.
I'm sure you can, but I wouldn't want them. No. I don't want to have fish and chips. The best thing they can cook here is a burger. That's all they can do. They're good at burgers. They're very good at it. That's about it. Right. Next question. Right. Well, there we go. Anyway, I think it's time probably to end this matter. We've done over 2 hours. You found good Chinese in New York, yes. But thank you very much to all of you for tuning in. Very nice of you, very kind of you. And I think it's better just to say thank you very much, and we will return tomorrow. But you've all been absolutely wonderful, and yes, thank you to the dearest Harriet, who has got rid of all the creeps, the crooks, and the scammers who have been trying to infiltrate this channel. Well done to Harriet, who is a very loyal and dedicated lady. It's better to get rid of the horrible people. So Harriet has done a very good job of managing this. You know, we don't want all these Julia people, the wicked Julia, the fake Madeline is a fake. And we don't need all these fake people. So thank you to Harriet for trying to get rid of the fake people, because the Julia is a complete, tomorrow she's probably called Jane. And then tomorrow she's probably called Jackie. And then she's probably called Jasmine. The woman will have multiple names. She's a grifter and she's a shameful person. You say that Sean Atwood has been a letdown. Look, I wish Sean Atwood all the best. Mr. Atwood is entitled to run his channel in his own way. I don't want to be involved anymore in any of the things that have gone on with his associations with the grifter and now arrested woman. She is a charged criminal, Julia Wandell, or whatever her name is on a Wednesday. The woman doesn't know what her name is on any day of the week. But Mr. Atwood and Mr. Ron Swanson, who has left me various messages, they are entitled to support this woman. But I believe her and her PR person, particularly Surjit Singh Clare, a man who was extremely rude to both myself and Lady Min sitting next to me. A very rude, obnoxious piece of toe rag who represents some of the worst stains on humanity I've ever come across. I'm sorry, this man is the PR man. Aside from being the PR man for the Julia, whatever her name is, on her Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. This awful man represents a woman, the Soham killer. How on earth would you ever get yourself involved with the Soham killer woman? Disgusting. That is repugnant. That makes you an appalling person. But then he chose to get involved with the woman, the evil woman who hid the child under the bed. Karen Matthews, the sick Karen Matthews. This man has no moral compass. He needs locking up. He needs to be put in a body in a barn. He's a disgrace. He's a mental disgrace. We will go after him, and I will not be shutting up about him. I'm going to bring him down. So I may be a danger to society, as one of you've just said. Yes, I may be a danger to society. What? In what way? I just simply highlight the truth about stories. But if you think I'm the danger to society, there's something wrong with you. So bog off, whoever you are. Anyway, I will continue to go. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Min?
What?
I'm not a danger to society.
You?
Yes.
No.
I'm not a danger to society, no. And we will go after Surjit Singh Clare, the man who's harassing the McCanns.
I think that's horrible.
He's a horrible man. That's what she has to say.
Leave the McCanns alone. They've had enough. They've had enough.
What about Andrew Gold? Okay, Andrew Gold. He seemed like a decent gentleman when I met him, but I don't know what he's done. I have no idea. But he is and I have no problem with Sean Atwood. I would happily have a conversation with him, and I've spoken with him. And this Swanson character, I've spoken with him, but he is a bit of an apologist for this revolting, stupid pest. Wouldn't you say she's a pest?
I would say a total pest, and I don't like Sean Atwood either.
Well, there we go. Anyway, we move along. So, what are my thoughts on Bridget McCron? Bridget McCron, look, I don't know. I think she hasn't harmed me personally. That's all I should say. What else am I meant to say about Bridget McCon? What are my thoughts on Bernie Ecclestone? Why isn't he in prison? Bernie Ecclestone is a coffin-dodging creep. He is on a 17-month suspended jail sentence. Yes, he should be in prison, but he has a suspended jail sentence, so he doesn't have to go to prison. Bernard Ecclestone will not be going to prison. He will never go to prison. That's how it works for people who are as rich and fucking, get away with it like him. Bernard Ecclestone is a creep. Bernard Ecclestone is one of the nastiest people I've ever encountered. He is a disgusting, lying, filthy piece of toe rag, and I don't care what anyone has to say. His son-in-law tried to strangle me, and he is on a convicted case as well. So Sam Palmer also convicted for what he did to me. His other son-in-law, Jay Rutland, was convicted of fraud. So the Eccleston crime family are a disgusting bunch of people. So they're all a bunch of convicted criminals, and I'm not scared to speak out against the Eccleston crime family. There you go. So thank you. I really would love to say more about them, and I will. And maybe after what happens tomorrow, the 3rd of March, because the 3rd of March is the day of a sentencing matter, I will speak out, because that will give me chance to speak. And tomorrow I will be speaking very liberally about my views on the Eccleston crime family. Bernard Eccleston is a convicted criminal fraudster, convicted of a £652 million fraud, and he is on a 17-month suspended jail sentence. And I can say whatever I want about him. He is a convicted criminal fraudster, and when he dies, they should write on his gravestone, convicted criminal fraudster, as well as coffin dodger, because he's so mean he doesn't want to pay for his own coffin. He's a right old meanie, miserable old Grinch. And as for Tamara and Petra, putrid Petra and tepid Tamara, disgusting people. Don't like them. And I'm going to not shut up about it. Don't worry. Hey, Tamara, if you want to start another little war with me, I'm here. I'm here and I'm ready and available, love. So, Bet Lynch, batten down your hatches before you go on your stupid, dreadful program that you like to go on, Loose Women, which is an absolutely shameful television show. Only tacky people go on such a thing. With all your money, can't you find something better to do with your time? Loose Women. Well, I really do think, tepid Tamara, you should really find something better to do with your life. But that's just to you. So bog off. Anyway, that's Loose Women and the Ecclestons. I wish you all the hell that you will bring on yourself for going on that show, you stupid, silly old bint. You are an absolute fool. You're worse than the village idiot. And I want an apology from the Metropolitan Police. The Metropolitan Police have done nothing to help me with my case against Sam Palmer, who tried to strangle me in PJ's Fulham Road. I want this now to be highlighted. I am not going to shut up about it. I am going to now start talking about it. So today, I'm going to mention it on my program. So, and I have witnesses. I have a witness sitting next to me who was present. Mr. Sam Palmer tried to strangle me, and Mr. Sam Palmer was given a caution. And Richard Eden of the Daily Mail was going to write an article about it. But of course, all of this was silenced. But I'm not going to shut up about it because these creep Eccleston family, who are a bunch of crooks, they're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of deceivers. They've stolen, you know, £600 million from the British taxpayer. 17 months sentence. And they're now spinning around a bunch of stories about, oh, you know, how Tamara could, you know, was doing a bit of breastfeeding. It really is not correct. I will not be silenced. Guess what? I have a voice. So, Tamara, shove it up your jumper, you stupid old titty feeder. And as for you, putrid Petra, you're a creep. And as for you, Sam Palmer, you tried to strangle me and you were given a community order against me. You know, you committed a crime and you were convicted of that crime. So don't you try and threaten me anymore. I've had enough of all of you. Eccleston crime family, and that's what you are. You're a crime family. You're a bunch of disgraces. Shame on you. You're awful. You know, you may be cross with James Stunt, but I will not tolerate you. You were abusive and rude to me. You don't win. Shove it up your jumper. Bye. That's all I have to say to them. There's no more need for a discussion with those stupid people. They are the most common, horrible people. You know, they're, you know, Bernie Eccleston, apologist for Hitler. Hitler got things done. Putin, you know, he really has some lovely friends, does old Bernie. Dirty Bernie. He's a right old nice dude. Friend of Prince Andrew, you know, great friend of Epstein, Maxwell, all the lovely people. Class, you know, he used to hang out on a yacht with Naomi Campbell. What a class act. Naomi Campbell? Would you want to hang out with Naomi Campbell? She's the most filthy piece of scum on the planet. There isn't anything worse than Naomi Campbell and Bernie Eccleston. As Lady Men says, what a combination. You know, you could have Naomi Campbell, Bernie Eccleston, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Ooh, what a party that would be. Ooh, it'd be like having a night out with Cilla Black. You know, you couldn't do any worse.
Talk about Cilla Black. There's nothing wrong with her.
She likes Cilla Black, but anyway.
The poisoned dwarf, which is Bernie Eccleston. Okay? The poisoned dwarf.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
There we go.
And she is a black bitch that wants to be white.
There we go. We've got the view. The view of the Lady Men. She's not very happy about Bernie Eccleston or Naomi Campbell. Anyway, Naomi Campbell is a nasty piece of work. I will agree.
She's a black bitch. And I love black people.
Right. And Sam Palmer should be corrected. There we go. Thank you. Sam Palmer is a person who has tried to ruin my life. He's been a total pain in the arse, and I'm very glad that you agree. Let's karma take its revenge. You are so funny. Right, okay. Where is Campbell is Diddy's best mate. Yes, well, P. Diddy. I don't know anything about P. Diddy, and I'm not Sean Atwood, and I'm not going to go making programs about P. Diddy because I don't know anything about this topic. So I tend to stick to the topics I know. I know a lot about Ghislaine, and Ghislaine is trying to now get an appeal and a pardon and all the rest of it. Now, I know a huge amount about Ghislaine. It's nonsense. It's not going to happen. But she may well get Trump to support her. I don't think it's likely. I think it's she is speculative. She stirs the pot. She owes £3 million to her lawyers. This woman is a liar. She's a deceiver. She's a crook. It's not going to happen in that way. If she gets somehow Trump to help her, I don't think it's likely because Trump, she's got too much damage on him. So why would he help her? He's completely mad. And then her other option is in June, she can ask that her prison sentence is transferred to Britain. That is a possibility. I think that's more likely. I think she could possibly ask in June for her, her prison sentence to be transferred to Britain, which would mean that she would get a lesser sentence. But I don't think it's I don't think it's likely. Nobody wants to help a sex trafficker. She is a sex criminal. That is not a good crime to be involved in. I don't think that Miss Maxwell is going to be helped. And I'm very glad. But we'll see what happens. Let's see. I think this is all just another smoke screen and another load of old rot. But Donald Trump won't want anything to do with her because she's an inconvenience because, well, look, he was photographed with her rather a lot of times. The rotten old sex criminal and him were photographed together on multiple occasions. So, no. I don't think it's likely, but it could be a possibility. Anyway, that's where I'll leave that one at. Anyway, there we go. Next question. Will Cliff marry Sue Barker? No, Cliff will not be marrying Sue Barker. No, not going to happen. Will Elon Musk? What about him? Elon Musk is a very successful man, but I think Elon Musk and Donald Trump will have a falling out. I do think the falling out will come ultimately. Why don't I associate with Sean Atwood? No, I speak with Sean Atwood. I wish Sean Atwood perfectly well. I do my own thing and he does his own thing. That's what the way we leave it. I think that's the best way of describing that situation. Right. There we go. You think that Sean Atwood goes down rabbit holes? I think Sean Atwood can do whatever he wants. Good for him. That's my answer to that. I don't need to, but beyond that, I don't think I need to say any more about Sean Atwood. I wish Sean Atwood very well. I think he does his thing in an extremely good way, in his own way. And I wish the man well. Will I be doing any more with Peter Blexley? Yes, I hope to. Peter Blexley is a fantastic gentleman from Talk TV. I think I enjoy working with him. He is a fantastic TV presenter. He's a wonderful detective, and his work is superb. Yes, I'd love to do more with Peter Blexley. Sean Atwood is marvelous, and he could be the new Michael Parkinson. Well, that's a view that you choose to share. Thank you, Foxy. He could be that, but I think Michael Parkinson is Michael Parkinson, and Sean Atwood is Sean Atwood. I'll leave it at that. Right. I won't quote the other people, Duncan, who has had to say other comments. I think, Duncan, thank you for your comments. Stevie misses the Parkinson show. Yes, I missed the Parkinson show too. Yes, Parkinson was wonderful. And yes, I wish we could have more of the same of the above, but there we go. Right. So, Terry Wogan or Michael Parkinson? Well, it depends on the day of the week, doesn't it? Depends on the person concerned. You could have either. I love Terry Wogan. I love Michael Parkinson. So there you go. Don't know. Lady Min, which do you prefer? Terry Wogan or Michael Parkinson?
I don't know either of them.
Well, you do know.
I live in Central Africa. Wogan, I think I vaguely remember.
She doesn't remember, so she's not possibly able to answer the question. Right, so we can't have that. Right, if the farmers turn up on their tractors, right. Well, the farmers should turn up on their tractors, and I believe that Keir Starmer's going to have them arrested. So we hate Keir Starmer. That's how I feel. I don't like anyone hurting
How
the.
is he going to arrest the farmers?
We don't want the farmers arrested. It's terrible. You didn't like Russell Harty tampered with a friend of mine whilst at school, says Simon Coates. I didn't meet Russell Harty, but there we go. Two-tier police thing. Who will milk the cows? I don't know. Someone else loved Russell Harty. We're getting mixed opinions on Russell Harty here. I didn't know Russell Harty personally, so I can't possibly comment. So I don't know why we're going down this route. We don't like wokeness. No, we definitely don't. Wokeness is disgusting. Shove it up your jumper. Wouldn't you agree?
What?
We don't like the wokeness. Woke.
Woke?
Yeah, we don't like the woke.
I don't know what woke is.
She doesn't know what woke is, so forget it with her. She doesn't have a clue, so it doesn't matter.
Word that comes into my head.
It doesn't come into her head. What do I think of Barrymore's new YouTube channel? I haven't seen it. I will look up Michael Barrymore's YouTube channel at some point. I don't know. I don't really want to actually.
You want to lower yourself in life?
Lady Min says, "Do I want to lower myself in life?" But no, I should look it up because I have to find out what he's up to. Because he's a complete cretin and a creep. I support the family of the victim. Stuart Lubbock was murdered at the home of Michael Barrymore, and I support him and his family and his two children and all the others connected. It is disgusting that this Barrymore is now trying to make more money out of this. He's filth. 9 people went to that house, 8 of them lived. And I keep saying this, 8 of them lived. And of those 8 people, one of them is a murderer. One of them has to be the murderer. Now, it could be multiple ones of them that were the murderer, but I think it's one of them. I think I know which one of them it is. But shame on that person. And this Michael Barrymore, he can start his YouTube channel and he can make himself out to be Mr. Big. He's a piece of filth. He's a scumbag. He's a rat. He's a rat. He's a piece of shit. How dare this man, Barrymore, go around making fun about life when he didn't help get justice for these people, this family? There are 2 children who don't have a father thanks to what went on that night. And 9 people went to that party and 8 of them lived. And one of those 8 people, at least one of those 8 people, is a murderer. Shame on Michael Barrymore. Michael Barrymore is a scumbag. He's a disgusting, revolting stain on humanity. And I'm very glad to call him out. What do you have to say about Michael Barrymore?
He's become old, unattractive, lost his style, and I can only believe he committed whatever crimes went on there that night.
There we go. We've got a limited amount of opinion from Lady Min there, which is not really adding to the equation. But honestly, he is a wicked, appalling man. So that's that. Barrymore is the most disgraceful man, and now he's making millions off TikTok. Soon as poor Stuart's dad passed, Barrymore tried to shove himself back into the limelight. No, we have to talk about this. Here we are. It's absolutely appalling. Were you a good friend of Terry? Um, I didn't know Terry very well, but I did speak with Terry, and I know the wife. Um, it's an appalling thing that happened to this family. Michael Barrymore did an appalling thing. It's disgusting and it's wrong, and I have to be the voice of reason in this story. So there we go. Thank you,
Run away from
thank you,
Cecilia.
thank you,
Now it's
Jay.
back.
Thank you, Jake, for your comment. Um,
Okay.
no, I really have to say, Michael Barrymore's programs always end in tears. Yes. Anyway, Lady Min now needs a glass of wine, so I have to pour a glass of wine.
Well, I brought the bottle. You also need one. Don't blame it all on me.
I don't need a glass of wine, but I will now have a glass of wine. Now the bottle has been put next to me. So this is how it works in the south of France. But no, we are we are supporters of the Lubbock family. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Min?
Yeah.
We support the Lubbock family.
I don't know much about it myself, but from what you've told me, I would say yes.
The Lubbock family are the decent people in this story, and they have done nothing wrong.
My only
They
theory
want
is
justice. They want justice for the man who died. 9 people went to a house and 8 of them lived. It's like Agatha Christie. It's a
Yeah, but
terrible thing. And
why would this person in a nightclub who allowed himself to be picked up, who's the father of children, why? Why did he end up there? Why was he attacked and thrown in the swimming pool?
well, that's a stupid question, but anyway.
It's not a stupid question. Why was this man, who's a family man, in a nightclub and allowed himself to be picked up and taken over there to that place? With this
Well, it does.
Barrymore place. Look.
Anyway, right. Anyway, going back to my program, I would just like to say Barrymore is the person who you all seem to be very angry with. Yes, I'm very glad you're all angry with Barrymore. Barrymore is the most disgraceful man,
On the planet.
and he's making millions off TikTok. As soon as poor Stuart's dad's passed, Barrymore has tried to shove himself back into the limelight, says Gav. Gav, you are correct. Barrymore is the most disgusting, revolting man on the planet. Barrymore's back for the daily blogs. Barrymore is on the blag. Yes. Barrymore is an evil man, is what I will say. Michael Barrymore is a sick, revolting man.
He knows how to make money.
And Lady Min here is saying he knows how to make money. She's shouting in the background. I'm going to ask her to be a bit quieter for a moment. Well said, Lady Min, says Dawn Marie Smith. Maybe the lad was drugged. No, he wasn't drugged. What happened that evening, I believe, is that this young man, he was a nice young man. It was before we had the era of, you know, TikTok and whatever else. He went to a nightclub. He'd split up with his wife. He was with his brother, and he was introduced to a famous person, Michael Barrymore. And Michael Barrymore said, "Come to my house. We're having a party." A number of people were invited to this party. There were 9 people, at least 9 people. There could have been more. And that's something I've always questioned. I always believed there could have been more. Now, that is where I question the narrative. I actually believe there could be more. It's impossible. It's impossible to prove who went to the party, but at that party, he was invited to go to the house of a famous person, and in the taxi going back to the house, Barrymore said he wanted to have horny sex. Basically, he was revolting. He made remarks, and his revolting boyfriend, who is a convicted criminal, talked about sexual actions as well, separately, in a different remark. So we have a convicted sex offender, and we have Barrymore, who is talking about how he wants to do bad things. And then this man who dies is basically raped and ends up in a pool. And Barrymore claims he can't swim, but in the book by his ex-wife, well, he could swim. And why would you have a swimming pool at your house if you couldn't swim? That's another strange part of the story. So there are many parts to this, and I have published analysis, and the Lubbock family and others have given me the evidence over the years. Mr. Barrymore is a disgusting, revolting creep. And I've only ever met him once. Well, I haven't met him. I sat at the adjoining table to him at the launch party of a restaurant on Old Church Street, Chelsea. I don't know what year it was. And he was at the next table. And he was loud and he was obnoxious. That's the only time I've ever encountered Barrymore. But I've seen pictures of him rolling around on the floor, drunk, with a horrible woman who I helped get the criminal conviction of. Her name being Marie Claire Baroness von Olvensleben. She's a racist bigot, and she's been convicted. She's a convicted criminal. So lovely friends that he has. He's a real class act, that man. Anyway, doesn't matter, but there we go.
Why?
Anyway, I'm getting shouting in the background.
Why? It's got anything to do with the fact that he could swim or he couldn't swim. Was the crime committed outside of the pool, and then the ban was thrown in?
Well, the swimming pool is very important, yes. So the matter of the swimming pool is important, yes. So
Did they kill the man outside the pool and throw him in? So what's it got to do with whether Barrymore can swim or not?
it's very important
Why?
because the matter of the swimming pool is very important because um, if he could swim or not swim, um, why couldn't he just have dived in and saved the guy?
Was the man killed before he went in the swimming pool or did he just drown?
Well, this is the debate.
He was?
This is what they debate. I think that he was killed before he went in the swimming pool.
Yeah. So it's got nothing to do with whether Barrymore could swim or not.
But it hasn't. But Barrymore goes
ran
on.
away.
Barrymore claims he cannot swim.
But what's it got to do with this?
It's very important to the story. It's all important to the story. The timeline is important. And Barrymore dressed up as Hitler. Michael Barrymore dressed up as Hitler.
On that particular occasion.
Barrymore got down on his knees and worshipped Jimmy Savile. He is a very unpleasant man.
The night the man died.
We're not talking about that now. I'm moving along the story.
Yeah,
Michael Barrymore is a nasty, horrible man.
Yeah, we all know that.
But this is a man who got down on his knees to worship Jimmy Savile. That is disgusting. And this is a man who dressed up as Hitler because he thought it was funny. It's not funny to dress up as Hitler. No, it's certainly never funny to dress up as Hitler. This man is a wrong'un. He's a stain on humanity, and he's disgusting. There's no excuse to be Michael Barrymore. Michael Barrymore has never been sent to prison. No. Lady Min asks.
He ran away to Australia, and now he's come back.
And now he's trying to reinvent himself on YouTube. And this is his new thing. He's got a new YouTube channel and he thinks it'll be all a bit of fun. A bit of fun with Michael Barrymore. Well, I hope that the public are going to name and shame and disgrace this disgusting, revolting man. Lady Min thinks he's funny, but anyway, I'm moving the story along. I don't want to hear what she's got to say anymore. She said enough. You've said enough. I have to say, disgusting. It's absolutely appalling. Savile and Glitter are as bad as Barrymore. Yes, I agree with you. Gav. Thank you, Gav, for your kind comment. Your comment is the most sensible comment we've had yet. Everyone, Celia, agrees with Gav. Gav, you're right. Barrymore is in the same league as those two people. Glitter and Savile. Barrymore needs to be named and shamed. We can't have Barrymore in our public arena. It's an outrage. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Lady Min even agrees. Even she agrees. He should not be given another right to a new public arena He wants to have a new arena. He wants to have himself in the public arena. Why? Why should we allow this? The poor family, says Celia. The poor family. I agree with you, Celia. I know the Lubbock family. They should not be subjected to having to listen to this wazzock inflict his disgusting whatever he wishes to do on them again. His wife, R.I.P., said in her bio she used to spike her drinks. He was known to do the same to party guests, says Jake. Yes, his wife was a decent lady. I've read a lot about his wife. Jake, you are one of the wisest people out there. Do I think that when Cliff Richard passes, it will all come about him? You won't have to hold it on anyone again from the grave. Yes. He's another creep. Justice for Stewart, says CC. Yes, Stewart deserves justice. Down with Barrymore. And I say I agree with you entirely. Barrymore is the most nasty man. We've got to bring down Barrymore. We'll go after. Well, why don't we start a campaign? Bring down Barrymore. It's all very well having this campaign for Julia, who thinks she's Madeline McCann. She's a complete fake. She's a fraud. She's a disgusting disgrace. Let's have justice for Stuart Lubbock, the man murdered at the home of Michael Barrymore. Let's have a campaign for that. Bring that up. Let's do it. I would happily start the campaign. If you want to start a campaign, one of you start a page. One of those things, one of those things where I will happily endorse it. I will be your number one supporter. I'm happy to do it. We are happy, and Lady Min will support too, won't you?
Not sure.
No, you will.
I don't get involved with all this trash.
She doesn't know. Oh. No, she won't. She won't be helping. Anyway, never mind. She's absolutely useless. She's as much use as chocolate bus ticket. But there we go. No, I will happily start support any campaign that wants to bring justice for Stuart Lubbock. Any campaign that wants to bring justice against the 9 people that went to that house, I will be involved, of course. So somebody should do it. You get Barrymore off YouTube. Yes, says CC. I agree. Barrymore is a crook. Barrymore is a creep. And Cliff Richard, he's another creep. Yes. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible man. Vile.
I know what, you've got a personal problem with him.
He is disgusting. He is.
Spent 24 hours with him. I thought he was a very nice person.
Lady Min likes him. She spends 24 hours on a plane with him. That, yeah. Well, she wasn't. He wasn't really into her, given his personal. His personal.
And good company. Look pretty.
Yes. Well,
His personal whatever he was with him.
There you go. Silly woman. She doesn't talk. She doesn't even have a clue. Anyway, I move on to real issues of what I actually talk about. Um, do I think anything will come out about Hugh Edwards? He's another revolting Welsh creep. He's revolting. He's absolutely disgusting. He's an evil little rat. Um, and the public were completely hoodwinked by him. But, there we go. Um,
Oh,
well, as for Barrymore, yes, there will be further developments. But I'm going to go after this Barrymore because I can't stand him. He's a filthy, evil, rotten piece of toe rag. He's a disgusting disgrace. He's a disgusting creep. Yes, I'll go after him. Yes.
he conned the whole world on TV.
Lady Min says he conned the whole world on TV. That's her view, but that's just her speaking.
Before
So,
the scandal.
before the scandal, she says. So
And now
there we
he's
go.
trying to make a comeback.
Well, anyway, I'm perfectly wide awake, so I don't know why you keep saying stay awake. I'm perfectly wide awake. Right. No, I am not very much infused by the dreadful piece of rat that he is. He is a revolting, evil man. So I'm not going to go quietly about that. So if you want to be abusive, please don't start being abusive about that little rat because he's a rat. He's evil. I'm not going to be quiet. I speak out about what I don't like, and I don't like him. He's a piece of toe rag. Dreadful and evil. Barrymore needs to be dealt with. I hope he is arrested. I hope he's locked up. I hope he rots in hell. He's an evil piece of shit. What he did to that poor man, and he ran away like a little coward. You know, he 9 people went to that house, and he was the one that ran away. The person that runs away is probably the guilty party. Hello? Somebody at that house killed Stuart Lubbock. And he was the one that ran away before the police turned up. Now, that suggests guilt. That suggests that you're hiding something. And then he goes on Piers Morgan and he goes on this and he goes on that and he cries. Oh, he's a real little blubber. He's a pathetic little specimen. He's a dirty piece of shit. What he did was disgusting because Terry Lubbock died without knowing who murdered his son. Terry Lubbock was a very decent gentleman who I spoke to on many occasions, and that is disgusting. How could you not, Michael Barrymore, tell the truth to this poor man? All you had to do was say, 9 people came to my house, 8 of them are alive. and whatever happened, happened. Why didn't you tell the truth? Michael Barrymore, you are a lying piece of shit. You are a scumbag. You're a disgusting stain on humanity. You never told this poor man what happened to his son before this poor man died. You are revolting. You are the worst person on the planet. Shame on you. Shame on you. It's disgraceful what you did to this. It's disgraceful what you did to this family because you didn't tell the truth. All you had to do was tell the truth. All you had to do was speak. Speak. Be honest. All you had to do was say whatever happened with the 9 people who came to your house. One of them died. Out of 9 people, 1 died. So there were 8 that lived. Why can't you tell the truth, Barrymore? Barrymore, you're a disgrace. It's not fair what happened.
He said he ran away.
And then you ran away like a little coward. That was pathetic. What a weakling. You know, normal people wouldn't run away, but you did. Oh, you didn't want the publicity. So you ran away. And what happened to the door handle? And what happened to the pool thermometer and all the rest of it? But that's another matter. But I question, why did you run away? You pathetic little specimen. You're an absolute piece of shit. You're an absolute disgrace. This poor man, Mr. Lubbock, was murdered. He had 2 children. And you cowardly custard, you ran away. What's wrong with you? You're such a famous face. You were quite happy to be on TV when it suited you. But you couldn't even face the camera when something real happened. What a nasty little piece of toe rag you are. Shame on you, Michael Barrymore.
He's struggling to get onto TV now.
Anyway, Gav thinks that Michael Barrymore did it. Well, I don't know. Can't answer that. But thank you for that, Gav. I tend to agree with you, but I can't prove it. Simon Coates says Jonathan Kenney was Barrymore's boyfriend. He was a drag queen in Blackpool. He was arrested for the murder recently, but CPS said there wasn't enough evidence to convict him. He's another piece of rubbish. Mr. Kenney was a very violent person. Yes. We all know that. So well done, Simon. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't care. I'm prepared to say it. I don't like these people. They're appalling. They're shocking people. What they did that night was wrong. Lisa says, tell us how you really feel. Well, I do. I'm very upset by it because 9 people went to a party, 8 of them lived. 3 of them were women. They could not have been the murderers. So that eliminates the 3. This is like Agatha Christie, and then there were none. Let's be honest. You have to go through the process. In this case, it's only a limited number of people who could have been the murderer. And I think we know who the murderer is, but we can't say it. But Mr. Barrymore is a liar and he's a deceiver and he's covered up throughout this whole story. And it's shame on them and shame on the Essex police. Again, it's always down to Essex police. Essex police, the useless police force. Right. Anyway, you're going on about Jonathan Kenney again, all of these people. Barrymore rang the police and then ran off after 45 minutes. Yes, Simon Coates, you're correct. He did run away. Yes, we know that Barrymore ran away. Yes. No, I'm very sorry for the whole story, but I used to talk to Mr. Lubbock about his dead child. And I used to speak with the father, and I was very sad. And then I spoke with the lady who was married to the dead person. And that was very sad. I have spoken with so many people in the story, and everything makes me feel sad. That's all I feel. It's a terribly sad story. And I don't think anyone should be excusing these revolting, disgusting, revolting people. And that's what I feel. I will not be saying sorry to the horrible people. No. No. Barrymore, you're a piece of scum. You're a piece of detritus, Barrymore. So if you're listening, Barrymore, because you're very into your internet, I hope you're listening to me, because I know you don't like me. I've already gathered that because you blocked me. You little rat. You're a piece of shit. Shame on you. What you did to those people is appalling. You've treated that family appallingly. It's horrible what you've done, Barrymore. You're a rotten scoundrel, ratbag, creep. You're evil. You're absolutely disgusting. Why can't you explain what happened? 9 people went to your house. 8 of them lived. Why don't you explain what happened? All you want to do is go and create a new life for yourself. It's all about you on your Instagram and your TikTok, and now you're on your YouTube, I believe. You are a complete grifter. You're a creep. You're a wrong-un. What's wrong? Why can't you do the right thing for once in your life? Explain to the Lubbock family what went wrong that night when you had 9 people at your house and 8 of them lived, and you ran away like a little cowardy custard. Pathetic little man that you are. So why don't you explain that? Barrymore. Come on, Barrymore. Man up. Grow up. Show up. Tell the truth for once in your life, you piece of rubbish. That's what I have to say to you. Anyway, that's all I have to say to Michael Barrymore. Right. Yes. Um, how old is? How old am I? I don't age. I'm 43 years old. So there you go. Thank you, Victoria. Right. I don't know why my age is of any consequence. It's nothing to do with the age of Michael Barrymore. My age is 43. I'm not prepared. I'm not lying to anyone. Terry was one of the most genuine people. He was heartbroken. All he wanted was justice for his boy. And I agree with you, Gav. Yep, Terry was the most lovely gentleman. His son was murdered at the home of Michael Barrymore, and he was murdered. And I agree with you. It's a terrible thing what happened that night. Absolutely appalling. I never met this man, obviously, because I only got to know the story after it happened. Um, but I did get to meet Terry, and Terry was a lovely, kind man, and all he wanted in the end of his days was justice for his murdered child. And his child had been murdered at the home of Michael Barrymore. Michael Barrymore is had a home where a murder happened. So why can't Michael Barrymore answer some bloody questions? So I'm very sorry for Terry, and Terry is dead. Appalling. He was heartbroken. Yes, yes. I agree with you, Gav. Thank you for your. The man was heartbroken. He couldn't live. He spent the last years of his life trying to get justice for his murdered child. Awful. There we go. Victoria thinks I look very well. Oh, that's very kind of you, Victoria. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. You're a very nice lady. What about the other witnesses? Well, you know, 9 people went to a party, 8 of them lived. Why don't they answer the questions? There we go. That's my answer to you, Ross. It's like Agatha Christie all over again. 9 people went to a party, 8 of them lived. So 8 of them potentially can answer the question. They don't. Eight of them are evasive liars. Now, some of them know more than others. And we know that the 3 women cannot be the killer because of the type of sexual injuries inflicted upon poor Mr. Lubbock. So that takes 3 of them out of the equation. So you can start whittling down things by certain things. Yep. That's how you deal with a story like this. As a simple analyst. The perverted monster Barrymore. Yes. Well, I think he is a perverted monster. I agree with you. Thank you for saying that. I think you're quite right. He is a perverted monster. The man is creepy and horrible. What do you think?
I think I don't know. I don't know.
She doesn't know.
Actually, I prefer not to think about it because I don't want my head to go into this crime stuff and people that do evil things.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. We don't really need to hear from Lady Min because she doesn't have any view on the matter. It's not really very use. It's not very It's not very useful to the topic. But there we go. So no, I don't like Barrymore. That's where I stand. What about the other witnesses?
Let's get on to another subject now because this is getting boring. Barrymore, 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 Barrymore every 5 minutes.
Anyway, I want to talk about
Something else.
no, we won't be talking about anything else this evening. We've done enough this evening on conversations, but I would like to say that I'm very glad that you brought up Barrymore. Barrymore is one of the most evil people. He will go down in history along with Savile as one of the nastiest creeps on the planet. He'll get away with it for a long while yet.
He hasn't got away with it.
Oh, he will get away with it. She doesn't think he'll get away with it. I do think he will get away with it until he's dead. Until he's dead.
He said won't have him back on TV.
He will continue to get away with this until he's dead. He is a complete creep. He is an evil piece of specimen that is disgusting, and he's mentally unhinged. And I've got her shouting in the background, which is not helping matters. I'm trying to talk for myself. I am the one who has the expertise on this topic. This man, Barrymore, is a wrong 'un. He's a total evil piece of toe rag. And I hope that Barrymore is dealt with whilst he's alive. I'm sad to say, I don't think he will be. He won't be processed until he's dead. That is the big problem we've got. I don't know how we get this creep arrested, but what he's done to that family is disgusting. He is revolting, and he's done other things, I'm sure. And you watch. The minute he's dead, there'll be a whole file opened on him. So do watch out. And the same's going to be said of the Christian creepy pop singer. He will get away with it as well. The two of them will both get away with it until they're dead. And I would like to see both of them brought to justice. So I'm not going to speak. I'm going to. I've got a woman shout. And anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll speak in the future. Anyway, I'll speak in the future about all of that. Anyway, I wish you all a happy evening on that front. Right. So, have we got any other witnesses? Other witnesses? I don't know. I don't know. Other witnesses to what? The other witnesses. Right. Well, the other witnesses I don't know. Ross. I don't know what you mean by other witnesses.
People were there when guy went to the swimming pool.
What are my thoughts on Schofield? Well, he's a truly awful person. Yes, he's just dreadful. But he is not in the league of Barrymore. No, no. So I don't accuse him of being of the same kind of actions. No, Mr. Schofield is a horrible, horrible person, but he's not in the league of what went on with Barrymore and Savile and those kind of people. He's a different entity. So no, I can't put him in the same category. No. Right. Your next question is Barrymore a perverted monster? I don't think I could call Barrymore a monster. He's just a horrible person. He's just disgusting and revolting and nasty, and what he's done to people is disgusting. I can't call him depraved, perverted monster. No. What he's done to that family is depraved, yes, and it is perverted and it's monstrous, yes. So I suppose we can call that activity depraved, perverted, and monstrous, yes. We could suggest that, yes. Mr. Mr. Barrymore is revolting. What he's done to the Lubbock family is sickening. 9 people went to a house and 8 of them lived, and he ran away. We know what that means. He knew what happened before he ran away. He's a cowardly custard, at the very least. The man is a disgrace. 9 people went to a house, 8 of them lived, and 1 of them ran away. Who happened to own the house? How interesting is that? So, Mr. Barrymore is guilty of something, yes. At the very least, we don't like Michael Barrymore. The public have the right to hate the bastard. He's an evil piece of toe rag. Shame on him. Because, the Lubbock family, the 2 children lost their father. And this coward won't tell the truth. And he ran away. Why did he need to run away? What did he have to hide? If he had nothing to hide, why doesn't he come forward and say what he knew to be the truth of what he saw on the evening? The 3 women cannot be the killer, because it's impossible for 3 women to rape a man, and the man was raped. The actions of what happened to him were involving terrible things to do with his anatomy. It's disgusting what they did to him. And that can only have been done by a man. So it can't be the 3 women. So out of 9 people, 3 of them are innocent. So straight away, those 3 people are out of the equation. And that's how I've always dealt with this story. This story centers on men and the missing door handle and the missing pool thermometer. And they were used as the instruments of death. And he did not die in the swimming pool. He was thrown in the swimming pool afterwards. That was how it worked. We all know that. That's very clear. It's terrible. It's disgusting and it's wrong how this poor man was sodomized by these disgusting people. And one of the people at that house was already a convicted criminal for abuse. We all know who he was, Michael Barrymore's boyfriend, and he's a creep. And then there was the bin man who ran away. He ran away as well. He's a runner awayer. Interesting, hey? We know who these aggressive people are. I think it is time that, there was justice for the poor man who died. And the lady concerned, I spent a lot of time with. And all she cared about was justice for her dead husband. It's a terrible state of affairs. And as Jack Smith says, Barrymore should be in jail. I agree. Barrymore, lock him up. I think Barrymore should be brought to justice. Barrymore is a piece of rubbish. Come and confront me, Michael Barrymore. If you're so big on your Twitter and your Twatter and your whatever, come and confront me. Why don't you come and out, grow up and show up and have a show with me? I'd love to have an evening with Michael Barrymore. Come on, Michael Barrymore. Let's be having you. Where are you, Michael Barrymore? I would love to speak to Michael Barrymore. Come on, Michael Barrymore. Speak to me. You've been on Piers Morgan. All you ever do is try and reinvent yourself, you piece of cowardly custard. You're an absolute toe rag. Shame on you for what you've done to this Lubbock family. All you've ever done is ruin the lives of other people. You are disgusting, Barrymore. Come on, Barrymore, speak to me. I'd like Barrymore to speak to me. He's into alcohol, ecstasy, and cocaine. That's all he's into, says Simon. Yes, probably. Barrymore, you are an absolute waste of space. Barrymore should be in jail, says Jack Smith. Yes, I agree with Jack Smith. Lock him up, piece of rubbish. He's a piece of detritus. He's the stain of... he's good for a game show, says Jake. He wants to do The Body in the Pool Part 2. Yes, well, he would. Gav says you'd be safe. He wouldn't try and grape you. You're too young. He's only on TikTok to chat with young men. He's in his 70s and wants to chat with teenagers. I don't know what he's into, but he's disgusting. He is the most revolting man on the planet. I don't like Michael Barrymore. And I used to speak with Terry Lubbock, who was a decent man who only wanted one thing in his life before he died. justice for his murdered son, and his son was murdered at the home of Michael Barrymore. Michael Barrymore is a revolting, evil, gross, disgusting, repugnant man. He should never be forgiven for what he's done. All I want to see is justice for Stuart Lubbock. Never forget the victim. Always remember the victim. The victim is called Stuart Lubbock. Stuart Lubbock deserves justice. And that is what any right-minded person wants to see. There we go. I'm a campaigner for that. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Min?
Yes.
Justice for Stuart Lubbock.
Yeah.
It's all we want. We don't want anything else. We're not after Michael Barrymore. We don't care. Michael Barrymore might not be responsible, but we want justice for the victim. And the person who died at that house was called Stuart Lubbock. 9 people went to a party and 8 of them lived. And 1 is dead. And that person, Stuart Lubbock, deserves justice. And don't you think, men, that those 2 children deserve justice for their father?
I do.
Yes. And that's all we want.
And I think the children should be left alone.
We want the 2 children to get justice. And that's all we want. We don't want anything else other than justice for those 2 children and their relatives. And poor Terry, who is dead, he was a great campaigner, and all he wanted whilst he was alive was justice for his dead son. So we care about him also, but he's dead. But it's too late to worry about that. So we now care about the children. And I campaign now for other people. I'm not going to get anywhere with that story. So I will be not shutting up about Omar Ben-Gvir, who is someone who needs to get out of prison. I want Omar Ben-Gvir out of prison. I want to help Mark Alexander. I want to help Jeremy Bamber. That's the people on my agenda at the moment. And in America, the Menendez. And of course, the Menendez and I, we're getting somewhere with them. And we're getting somewhere, hopefully, with Bamber. But Omar Ben-Gvir and Mark Alexander, let's get them out of prison. 2 people who should not be in prison. Anyway, that's just how I feel. So there we go. Right. Right. Well, I don't know if this Barrymore is, you say he's on TikTok to chat with young men and he wants to have chat with 17-year-olds and ecstasy and teenagers. It sounds horrible. It's not very pleasant. There we go. He's living in a flat on his own, and he's with his dog. Oh. Well, I can't speak for this revolting man, but that's horrible. What other cold cases am I looking into? I don't really. I have my own cases that I deal with, which are. I'm obviously involved with Ghislaine Maxwell, which Ghislaine is potentially going to try and get herself a pardon. I don't think that's highly likely. I hope not, anyway. I think even Donald Trump would be not that stupid. He'll just keep her in prison where she's best out of the way. I think for Donald Trump, it would be better to keep Ghislaine locked up. That would be my theory, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. But Ghislaine is not a very appealing person. She's very unappealing, I would say. She's not a nice person. She's unappealing. Gav says Jeremy needs to be allowed out. He's innocent. Jeremy Bamber, I came to the conclusion from my initial thoughts where I thought he was 45% innocent. I now think he's 90% innocent. So, yeah, I'm with you. Definitely. Jeremy Bamber is not someone who should be in prison. I want Jeremy Bamber to get out of prison. I believe Jeremy Bamber needs to be let out of prison. I'm a big supporter of Jeremy Bamber. As for Lucy Letby, she is disgusting. She's a revolting, horrible, vile woman. Even if they clear her, I'm not going to believe. I'm not going to turn for her. I think Lucy Letby is a child killer and a monster. Lucy Letby is not someone I will ever support. Lady Min, what do you think? Lucy Letby.
Oh, very bad.
She says
kill those children, those beautiful babies.
She says very bad. But I just don't like Lucy Letby. I think the Lucy Letby is wicked. I don't know who the person you think wants to try and strangle me, but that sounds very odd. Strange conversation. There we go. Very odd. I don't know who you're going on about with their dog. I don't know who was choked to death with an arm around his throat whilst being raped. That sounds all a bit very strange. But No idea who you're talking about, so I'm a bit confused by all your conversations. Anyway, that's life. What movies don't I like? Um, that's a strange question. Most people would say, "What movies do you like?" Um, Gosh, I don't know. I don't know what I don't like. I generally think about things I do like rather than don't like. Um, what films don't I like? Don't know. Sorry, can't answer that question. It's a silly question. Sorry, can't answer your question. Can't answer that one. Sorry. What do I like? I love The Pianist. That was a very nice film. Thinking of a decent film. Horror movies. I don't really watch horror movies, so no, don't know. Um, what do I quite like watching? The Remains of the Day, wonderful film. Kind Hearts and Coronets. There's two, two wonderful films. So there you go. Two good films. I'd rather give you a something good rather than something bad. Do I like Hugh Grant films? I don't think Hugh Grant is a great actor, so no, I'm not really into him. No. He's harmless, but not very exciting. Harriet has been removing things. We've been live for 4 hours. My goodness. Well, I do apologize. I do apologize. Do I read P.G. Woodhouse? From time to time. There we go. Oh. Well, anyway, Harriet is complaining, I think, that we've been live for too long. 4 hours. I do apologize if I've been talking for too long. Okay, well, you better close me down, Harriet. Thank you. Do I know Richard D. Hall? Are you friends? I've never heard of Richard D. Hall. No, never heard of him. Right. Well, I think I better close down if I've been talking for 4 hours. Okay. Well, I will close down, and Harriet wants me to close down, so I better say goodbye and thank you very much. Thank you. Bye bye.